Man, ain't it funny? Ain't it funny how the universe works? I was just thinking. I was just thinking just a few days ago, right? Just before I even did that stream we did on Vrillium versus Jaden just the other day. I was thinking, man, I need to start getting back into doing some America First slander content. You know, not just against Nick, because we're not there yet. I still have to get some things prepared before I do the second Fuentes documentary. But it's like, I gotta start bullying Groypers again. I gotta start just talking shit, just digging up all this dirt about America First. And right when I like decide that I'm gonna start doing that, what happens? Jane starts battling. He gets into a little, well, it really wasn't a blood sports, but you know, he gets into it with Vrillium on stream. And then right after that, Big Joel, who I'm gonna admit, I don't know a lot about this guy, I really don't, but he just drops a hour and a half long Fuentes documentary just out of nowhere, right? It's like God is telling me you need to go back to shitting on Nick Fuentes and his retarded followers. So of course, okay, you know, I am a follower of the Lord. If he says that I have to punish this little Chicano ass nigga, then so be it. We're gonna slander him some more. Somebody says, is it slander? Is it if it's all true? You know, that's a good point. But you know, it's just a slang. It's just a slang. You guys get what I mean. Anyway, this is where all of the VODs will go, including this one. I did notice the other day, right? I noticed the other day that I had, in fact, failed to put the last 2 or 3 VODs in this playlist, even though I say after every stream, I'm going to put all the VODs in. So, you know, there I go. Man, you guys are really friendly with the super chats. Hey, thank you. Thank you, by the way. All the early super chats before we even get into this shit. And fuck, I think I was actually underplaying it. How long is this shit? Yeah, it's an hour and a half. All right, so we're going to be here for a minute because you know how I get fucking putting Posky to shame. You know, I'll stop every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds to add new commentary because I'm very interested. I didn't really watch this at all. I watched literally the first minute and I'm like, well, okay, maybe this is something because it's Big Joel. He has a big subscriber count. You know, he's got almost 800,000 subscribers. He's a big channel. This channel has already got over 500,000 views in this video. Literally the biggest Nick Fuentes documentary. So I'm very interested to see what his perspective is going to be on Nick. If he's going to dig into any of the shit that I would hope that a dude with a platform as big as his actually bothers to dig into. I hope so, at least. I hope this really isn't just gonna be an hour and a half of him just calling Nick racist. I hope it's not gonna be that. We don't need another one of those videos, bro. We don't need another one of those Nick Fuentes is racist. Not even Nick Fuentes is gay. Even though that is fun. Those are very fun to just keep reminding people that Nick Fuentes is 100% gay, a closeted gay man. You can't even say he's in the closet. Because the point of being in the closet is that people don't know you're gay. If everybody already knows that you're gay, are you really in the closet? At that point, you're just like, you know, you're just a gay volcel. You're just a gay celibate guy. Allegedly. You know, allegedly he was celibate. I could totally believe that he's been, you know, knobbing on somebody's knob. And I don't know, maybe that's the reason he doesn't talk about Milo these days. Because Milo has a few photos or videos that he doesn't want the world to see. JF Potato Farm, RIP JF Garapi's wife. Thank you for the £1, brother. Gwynn, thank you for $19.99. In before it's Alika, him getting it on with Twitch's favorite dog shocker to complete the link with Destiny. Oh, that would actually be amazing. Harjit Singh, thank you for 40 rupees. Stop my NBA prep for Mikey. Love you, dog. Hey, are you really in that? Hey, bro, go get that money, dude. I hope you make it. Fire Ninja DD, thank you for $4.99. Big Joel is great, man. His Fuentes doc was fire. Well, hey, maybe we got something to look forward to. Your buddy Brady, thank you for $2. And God said to Mikey, drag his ass, my man. All right, so we're going to get into this now. We're just going to go ahead and not even waste time because it's over half an hour. It's an hour and a half. We're going to be here for a minute anyway.
The first video I saw from him was called... So Nick Fuentes is a famous racist and white nationalist, and I went on Rumble.
All right, starting off strong already.
Streaming platform.
That's not really true. He's not a white nationalist. Not really. Like, even back in the day when he was more, I don't know, Nick's edginess kind of ebbs and flows because sometimes he's trying to clean up his act. He's trying to keep it squeaky clean, so to speak. And then other times he's just like, the Holocaust is a lie, hoax, more like it. We need to just like get rid of, we need to bring back camps. And then other times he's like, you know what? Jews are some of my favorite people. I like a lot of things about Jews. You know, we probably shouldn't be praising Hitler, right? He jumps back and forth depending on like whatever his time of the month is. So I don't know. He definitely isn't a white nationalist because he's not white. And he also doesn't really believe in white purity because he can't, because he's not white and a lot of his followers aren't white. But anyway.
He works on to like watch his videos and hear him out, I guess.
Hate Six Flags. Always hated Six Flags. Six Flags was very traumatizing.
The first video I saw from him was called It's Time for Me to Ascend, and it made for an odd introduction to the guy. In the first 2 minutes, Nick whines about being chubby and small and wanting an awesome body.
I'm gonna get huge arms, I'm gonna get a huge chest, told myself I'm getting fat, I need to ascend.
And I saw that and thought, wow, he's just like me for real. Wow, I'm a weak and soft man and want to ascend just like Nick Fuentes.
Oh, you're getting fat again.
Hey, big ups to him for owning it and actually going to the gym.
And oh,
it's like, you know what, man, I'm weak and soft and, you know, just frail as shit. What if I just went to the gym and got buff?
Boy slop, you eat like shit. You are shit. And you should die. So then I go on a diet, and now I want to die.
I was about to close the tab out of shame, but then something interesting happened. Someone named...
I wonder if he's gonna go in about Nick being a test tube baby, because that really is. It's not the complete explanation about Nick's psychosis, but it does explain a lot of it, that he's a test tube baby, and he low-key hates himself and, you know, hates his own existence because according to his own ideology that he adopts and that he preaches to other people, he shouldn't even exist and that he's an abomination to God. I wonder if he's going to go in on that.
Named Big Guy 2254 super chatted Nick with a $25 donation and asked,
Hey Nick, I agree with mass remigration, but for DACA kids, aren't they more American than where they're from? Some don't even speak their home language. Should they be able to stay?
Fuck you, they gotta go,
dude.
And this simple moment short-circuited my mind and ruined me for 3...
Nick literally has said that anchor babies, this is your homeland, this is your birthright. So it's another one of those things that you can't really catch Nick on anything because the only things that he's really consistent on is that he likes Hitler, he likes Stalin, he likes Kanye, and he likes himself. Well, he doesn't like himself. But no, that's basically it. Oh, he likes McDonald's, I guess. Those are his only 4 consistencies. Oh, Catboys. He has 5 consistencies. He likes Kanye, he likes Hitler, he likes Stalin, he likes McDonald's, and he likes Catboys. And, you know, that's about it.
3 months. I want you to imagine something.
Everything else is just, you know, he'll flip-flop, he'll be here, he'll be there, he'll be hot, he'll be cold.
You're a big fan of Nick Fuentes, somebody who wants to see him have 25 American dollars because you like him so much. And your question for Nick is, should some undocumented immigrants be allowed to stay in America? Wouldn't it be nice if the immigrants just hung around? Nick's response to this question is entirely predictable.
No.
Indeed, I would respectfully...
I don't even think that should be a thing.
...ask that Big Guy 2254 send me any future $25 donations because I'm more than capable of answering on Nick's behalf. No, he don't want the DACA kids.
Well, but what about them? What about us, bro? Too bad, so sad. The world is a tough place. But they were here as kids. Okay, so what?
Nick Fuentes hates non-white immigrants. He complains about Donald Trump because he doesn't deport enough, non-white immigrants. That's like his whole thing.
Trump is constantly signaling to his predominantly white base with a implicitly white cultural
chaos in control. Nick is a test tube homunculus. Very true. Thank you for the $1.99. Red Worm, thank you for $2. Nick is a political bioweapon test tube baby. Also objectively true. Kimono Theater, thank you for $2. Everyone likes catboys, whether they admit it or not. I don't know about that.
Politics is
I like cats that are male.
always stabbing the white people in the back. It's no different than when at the convention last year,
I also like cats that are female too.
they held up signs.
Honestly, even if you're just like a cat person, I feel like only liking one gender of cat is kind of weird, because what really is the difference between a male cat and a female cat?
Saying mass deportations. You see any mass deportations? They're not happening.
And yet, the question is asked. The money changes hands. There was a moment when Big Guy 2254 thought to himself, maybe my favorite race streamer might make a reasonable exception.
Squeezy, like, kimono theater outed. Nigga, do you know what kimono means?
And to his racism policy. What's my point? Why do I care about this? Am I about to tell you that actually Nick Fuentes' audience, the so-called groypers, are more complicated and even-handed than you might expect? No, not at all. In fact, as we'll see, they're usually total freaks, oftentimes more freakish than Nick is himself.
First time super chater. Do you think people want to replace Hitler with Epstein? Most people can't live without some ultimate evil to put all their problems on.
Oh my gosh.
No, my point is simply that things get weirder the more close
He's also, I wonder if he's going to talk about him calling Epstein just the coolest guy.
you look at them. In the last year, many high-profile publications have written about Nick Fuentes, and for the most part, they talk about big ideas. What does Nick Fuentes say about the future of the Republican Party, about the future of young American men? Most of these articles contain a general list of Nick's most audacious beliefs, his anti-Semitism and racism, and most of them express a profound concern at his popularity. As J. Caspian King writes, we should be more worried about Nick than we already are.
Is Big Joel actually Jewish?
None of these articles are bad.
Because look, bro, there are tons of non-Jewish, just like Weasley looking guys who fit this phenotype. It's not just Jewish people.
I'm not trying to start beef here. I know
several Italians, even some German guys. Well, not German, but German American guys who look like this, even some Irish.
The New Yorker watches my videos and that they must be maulding right now. But nevertheless, I do want more. We're told this guy, Nick Fuentes, is so important and influential, but what is he actually like? How does he express his beliefs? Why is he so popular? What is this world he's built for himself over on rumble.com?
He's not that popular, really. Nobody in the mainstream. The only reason why people know who Nick Fuentes is because he keeps getting pushed, right? It's because he keeps getting put in people. Hold up. That's a good frame to stop on. That's going to be a thumbnail for something. I don't know what it's going to be a thumbnail for, but this is going to be a thumbnail for something. I'm saving this for later. But yeah, Nick is only big or has any influence now is because he's been astroturfed, not only by his fans and, by himself, but also by these publications. They want Nick Fuentes to be a big deal because they want him to be their great Satan. But he's a very, very bad Satan to have because it's not enough people identify with him, right? What they want him to do is that they want him to be some big albatross around the right's neck. But that's not going to happen because the average person on the right already does not fuck with Nick Fuentes. Maybe they agree with one or two things he says, especially concerning Israel or whatever. But generally speaking, nobody likes this nigga.
So
groypers will have you believe that it's just the super hardcore MAGA people or the Jews like Ben Shapiro or Laura Loomer. But no, the average person on the right wing who knows about Nick Fuentes does not like this guy. Or if they are just completely neutral about him.
Today I started a diet and it's all protein, no carbs, and I want to kill myself.
In the last few months, I've watched a lot of Nick Fuentes, maybe around 50 hours, though I haven't counted. And today I want to talk about it. I just hope—
You say the new Spencer top drawer, at least Spencer just went away. Well, he didn't go away, but he shrunk from relevancy after he blew up. After Charlottesville, that was GG's. We didn't hear from this guy again. Nick Fuentes has had the equivalent of at least 3 or 4 Charlottesvilles, 3 or 4 Unite the Rights. He was literally at Unite the Right. He already had 3 or 4 Unite the Right tier disasters himself, but he won't go the fuck away. He's still here.
To tell you about Nick Fuentes as I've—
How the fuck? Jan 6 was 10 times worse than Charlottesville was, but he's still around.
Come to see him as the sometimes unique and sometimes quite boring person that he is. And maybe, by the end, we can start to understand why Big Guy 2254 booted up his favorite streamer, Nick Fuentes, and gave him money and thought, maybe this guy is interested in my nuanced immigration hot take. On December 8th, 2025, Piers Morgan had a lengthy interview with Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I'll be honest, I really do feel like Nick came off better in this exchange between him and Piers.
I don't know you.
The interview is basically about going over Nick's record. Fuentes has, of course...
It's like, bro, Piers kept trying to corner him like, hey, you're racist? Hey, you say all these edgy things? He basically did the problem with what he was doing, right, is that all the things he was trying to call Nick out for were things that Nick says openly and that he owns and that he and all of his followers think is the most based, most awesome thing ever that you can say or do. So it was the equivalent of the, hey, is this you? And then they hold up the paper of the most base thing ever. That's what Piers was doing this whole time. It's like, are you racist? Yeah, the fuck?
Many tendentious
and he's not even racist. He just pretends to be racist because he thinks it's cool.
And bigoted things over the course of his career, and Morgan plays clips of these moments and is like, you said a crazy thing about women.
Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore.
So what's up with that? Are you a misogynist?
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
You said a crazy thing about black people.
See?
I'm not living around
And it's like, I hate women. Yeah, I'm racist. Like, what do you mean?
blacks.
Is this all you did? All you did was just bring me on here so you could just tell me how based I am?
Sorry, call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
Do you really stand by that? Are you really, are you actually a racist right now?
You're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
To tell you the truth, watching this conversation is like pulling teeth. Nick Fuentes is an out-and-out racist and Jew hater and misogynist, and watching Piers Morgan act baffled and indignant about this fact for 2 hours straight, it's just not appealing television.
But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted.
What was that pause, Nick?
It's just not appealing television.
But are you actually attracted to women?
He had to think for a minute. He's like, yeah, no,
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay.
No.
Still,
he had to think again. He had two pauses.
To women?
Pause right there.
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay.
Oh, second pause. Why do you have to think twice? He basically asked you the same question twice. And both times you had to give yourself a moment to just think about how you should reply. It's like, wait, hold on. But that's not true. Oh, but I should say it anyway.
No.
Still, I watched the whole thing, and to be honest with you, I was not impressed. I guess that's not so surprising.
I was also not impressed.
You probably wouldn't expect me to like Nick Fuentes very much, but even beyond my disagreements with his...
Cartman, thank you for $1.99. Nick is heart until the cops show up. Then he's Mexican.
Politics, I just found Nick grating and annoying. And
oh yeah, Nick code switches it up whenever a Latino of power is near him.
Kind of dim. There are all these embarrassing moments that pepper the interview. Like at one point, Nick is explaining why he advises his audience to avoid black people and says,
white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Unless they're Kanye West.
Because it's a lose-lose proposition.
Unless they suck their cousin's dick, those people, no need to avoid them.
If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get
bipolar black people, you don't have to avoid them, just run straight into their arms.
stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe.
Or Sneeko, right? If they did gay porn, right? They are cucks. They're Muslims.
It's fine.
They're pro-child marriage. You don't avoid those black people either.
It's a lose-lose proposition.
Or they're Sudanese federal agents. Sudanese federal agents, you don't avoid those black people either.
What? I have a lot of empathy for starting sentences and then realizing you don't know how to finish them. But in this case, his failure really undermines the thrust and severity of his argument, right? Being near black people is a lose-lose situation because the first...
Nick Fuentes, unironically, has a lot more black friends than the average leftist does. I'll give that to Nick,
First lose is that what if they
It's literally the meme. The meme about how racists always have the most diverse friend groups? Nick Fuentes is a living embodiment of that.
Have you?
Fucking Mexican white nationalists with fucking black and Muslim friends.
And the other lose is that it's fine. So that's kind of two loses, right? There's the lose of dying, and then there's the lose of just sort of getting where you want to go. Or on the race issue, he and Pierce have this whole conversation about the black male murder rate, and Nick says that 5% of black men will commit murder in their lifetimes.
Remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
Oh yeah, blacks. Don't avoid black people who just happen, to be gay pedophiles, and they prey on people in your movement that should be calling out people who are gay pedophiles. Don't avoid those black people either.
I'll put a full...
As a matter of fact, cover for them. Try and shield them. Try and run defense for them when people come out and they try and reveal that the gay pedophile is a gay pedophile.
Explanation for this on my side.
Pretend like you didn't know they were a gay pedophile, even though somebody literally told you to your face on camera that they were a gay pedophile.
Channel, but suffice it to say, that's an absurd statistic.
Oh yeah, time traveling gay pedophiles.
But then when Pierce confronts Nick on his stat, Nick says 1%, 5%, whatever.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No.
But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
Sure,
this is
a lot
real
of white
problem.
people commit murder too.
And come on, man, 1 in 20.
Pierce pretending like he can't understand per capita.
Hey, 1 in 100.
Like, come on, Pierce.
You're
too white and British to not understand how per capita works.
bogged down in the details, Pierce.
Adjust for population size, nigga. It's not that hard.
Who cares? People are dying, Pierce. People are dying in the subway. And this is probably the most horrible moment of the...
Is that not a big deal? I don't know. Somebody said Big Joe was a leftist. I'm starting to feel it. Like, we're only 8 minutes into this, and I'm already starting to get the leftist vibe of, like, people are dying in the subway, Pierce. It's like that. I don't know, man. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks whenever I see a story. Obviously, whenever I see a story of anybody getting murdered on the subway or on a bus or anything, that's an issue. But when you see black people just be disproportionately represented in those type of cases, that is something that we should at least address. I don't know, man.
Conversation. At one point, Pierce talks about a story Nick Fuentes shared about his father saying something racist.
Well, you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. Before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden.
I mean, his dad is Mexican, though. Like, his dad is Mexican, and the thing about Latinos is that they're in like this uncanny valley of whiteness where they're not white, but they're white enough to where they're like, I don't know, they're like show the prejudice of certain white people, but because they're also minorities, they don't feel like the guilt that white people feel, and so they'll just show it openly. So his dad was like openly is like, oh no, I'm not gonna go there. There are fucking, N-words there. They'll be loud. What if they're loud? You can't do that. You can't really guilt Mexicans the way you can guilt white people about not going places where niggas go.
Contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say.
I'm not trying to shame anybody, by the way. There are certain places that I don't go because there are too many niggas there.
Now, I don't really like this approach from Pierce. I find it annoying to talk about bigotry in this sort of mind of a murderer way. But even so, Nick's response is just so ridiculous. He starts by talking about how it's a new low.
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
And then later on, he says multiple times that Pierce is putting his dad's job in jeopardy.
The difference is you're attacking my father. He could get fired from his job. And there's a political culture.
So, all right, look, bro, you've tried to get multiple people fired from their job. Now, I'm not trying to say that Nick Fuentes' family should suffer for what they did for like, I don't know, his actions, even though his parents should have to suffer a little bit for bringing this motherfucker into existence. That is an L for them. But it's like, aren't you a millionaire? Aren't you like a multi-millionaire? Why are your parents even working, bro? Why are your parents even working? You were able to buy a place where you could put Jaden in there just so he could be your like live-in boyfriend that you could like leave your parents' house to go visit, and then you guys could like cohabitate and you could try to like secretly get him to fuck you or something. And it didn't work out because he was actually straight and into girls. So you got money like that. You secretly, I've been told that you have a Canadian nigga living underneath your floorboards now, illegally, by the way. Somebody needs to get ice on that. So you got all this money. Why are your parents even working, dude? Just like, I don't know.
in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job.
How dare you talk about my father saying that he doesn't want to go to a restaurant because he associates it with black people? Why are you doing this, Pierce? Don't you see that you could cost my father his job? Don't you care about my dad's fucking job, Pierce? They go on and on like this. I swear to God, at least 4 minutes are spent on daddy's job because Pierce Morgan brings up a story that Nick talked about publicly on the internet as a political pundit.
Let's just not talk about my father because my father isn't here.
Germ70, thank you for $5. Nick avoids any well-dressed, well-behaved black men in public because it's just Nick's federal handler given the new agenda. That's a good theory. Christ? Sure, Christ, thank you for $4.99. Nick Fuentes is one of those men who will always look like a 12-year-old boy. I can see what you're saying, right? He's got that. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like he always looks like a 12-year-old boy, but not in like the twink femboy type of way. He just looks like, I don't know, he just looks like puberty gave up. He doesn't look youthful, right? He just looks small and weak and like he didn't develop properly, which, you know, what can you expect from somebody who was grown in a lab? The 3Me Master, thank you for $5. Big Joel and BreadTube ecosystem is a clown show. I can't believe NPCs still follow them. Would love to see the Kino Bros cover these bozos. I thought BreadTube was dead, which I guess it mostly is, right? They were definitely, BreadTube was kind of living off some algorithmic stimulus package, especially back in the COVID days. And a lot of that shit just died down in the last 2 years or so. But I don't know, some of them are still getting big numbers, so, you know, they're not all dead. I guess the ones who actually had genuine audiences. Bean, thank you for $5. Did someone smash his phylactery? Why does he look like that? Do Jews start to decompose if they start consuming adrenochrome?
I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the anecdote.
listen,
It's just like bad genetics, honestly.
that's fine.
You know what it is? You know something? Well, it's a combination of three things. It's a combination of three things why somebody can look like this at, I know, how old is Big Joel? Hold on, let me see. How old is YouTuber Big Joel? He is 30? 30? Wait, is this the same Big Joel? Oh my God. Born in 1995. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, that changes what I was going to say. I was going to say at least late 30s. Like he just turned 30 like 2 or 3 months ago. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Well, yeah, that's bad genetics. It's also like, wow, that is really bad, bro. That's like RTU looking older than his dad tier. Holy shit, man. You do not take care of yourself. Genetics isn't enough to explain this, dude. Like, what type of lifestyle have you been leading? Like, Norwood Reaper didn't even wait, bro. He was like, as soon, like, while this dude was in his mid-30s, the Reaper just came there like, hey, give me that hairline, bitch. And I'm going to come back every 2 years, too. I'm not even going to wait till you hit 40. Nah, I'm just going to take a chunk every few months. Well, okay, never mind. Nah.
Beyond these sorts of embarrassing moments, I also just find Nick...
You know what? No. Okay, so it's a combination of three things. It's a combination of genetics. It's a combination of lifestyle. And it's also a combination of gut bacteria. Here's what people don't know. Your gut microbiome is basically, I won't say it's everything, but it's like a good chunk. Out of the things that you can control about your body and your health, what your gut bacteria is like feeling like, what it's looking like, what it is, that determines like 80% of what you can control when it comes to your body. Obviously, you got the genetic shit, which you can't do anything about until science gets to that level. But what you eat is very, very important. What you put in your body, the supplements you take, obviously, and of course, exercise. So, you know, keep that in mind.
Evasive.
Eat better, live better, and I don't know, roll the dice better. Who your parents are gonna be.
And disingenuous. Like at one point, the boys are talking
It's a rough 30, dude.
about
Rough
Holocaust
30.
denial. Pierce asks Nick how many people he think died in the Holocaust, and Nick makes a joke.
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million.
Why is it always Jewish people? Why is it always The Holocaust wasn't just Jewish people, dude. It was like Polish people. Obviously, a lot of Polish Jews, but Polish Christians too, bro. It was, you had your Eastern Europeans. You had several Eastern Europeans who were not Jews. You had Central Europeans who were not Jews, who also died in these concentration camps, right? People just forget that. You had people who were just like, they were dissenting Germans, like undesirables that Hitler wanted to get rid of, who died in the concentration camp. But when people think about the Holocaust, it's just all, like, come on, dude. Think about other people who were also killed by the Germans too at this point.
Million? What's the number? 6 million, something like that?
So you
8 million?
And he makes the same one later on.
Oh, it's at least
Yeah, to a lot of people, those are the only ones who matter.
6 million. But it
Okay.
could be 100
well,
times
people
more
are
than
going to
that.
be okay.
Shamefully, Piers Morgan has
Honestly, I feel like people would take the Holocaust, well, I'm not going to say, because the average person does take the Holocaust seriously, but there would be less people like Groypers if they taught more about the people who died in the Holocaust who weren't just Jews.
no idea that Nick is joking, and he responds with shock and awe that this man he thought was a Holocaust denier was in truth a sweet Holocaust believer.
It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that.
Oh, it hurts to watch. The thing is, though, it's convenient that Nick makes this joke because it allows him to, not answer the question. Nick Fuentes paints himself in this interview as an iconoclast. He actually says that. He says the words, "I'm an iconoclast."
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion.
And he's an iconoclast because he doesn't care about the Holocaust, this bit of propaganda that, like slavery, convinced white people to doubt themselves and that is leading to white genocide.
We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that.
Honestly, I am also done. Like, I'm also tired of hearing about slavery.
You guys
It wasn't even the only bad thing to happen to black people in the United States, but it's the only thing they care about.
I'm not hearing about that.
Our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white.
As he says, the only thing important about the Holocaust is the way it's used politically and the fact that we're not even allowed to debate it.
In many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth.
But of course, this isn't the whole story. Nick is a Holocaust revisionist. He said on multiple occasions that he doesn't believe that Nazis used gas chambers.
People talk about, what about the gas chambers? Well,
Oh, are we really gonna spend all this time on Nick's Holocaust? Like, damn, dude. This is what I was talking about, right? It's like, we're really gonna talk about Nick Fuentes being a Nazi and like his Holocaust denial theories again. It's been 10 years, nigga. There's so much other shit you could talk about with this dude, but they always come back to he doesn't believe in the Holocaust. Okay, we know that Nick, if you don't fuck with Nick because he doesn't believe in the Holocaust or he doesn't believe in the numbers of the Holocaust, well, that's fine. Do we need another video about him not believing in the Holocaust, though? Like, come on, dude.
to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places.
If people wanted to tell me 6 million died in the Holocaust, I'd say, okay, fine. If people want to say there were gas chambers, I'd say, yeah, I don't know if I buy that. Fine.
He went on the Fresh and Fit podcast in 2023 and glazed David Irving, a notorious Holocaust revisionist, for like 5 minutes straight.
As I start to dig into it, and you find that one of the preeminent World War II historians in the history of the world, his name's David Irving, he goes in and says, well,
Look at these hoes. They have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Like, what are they here for?
there were attributes about
They just here to fucking pull up, be on like a big stream, maybe twerk later.
the Holocaust, which may
It's
not
like niggas talking about this little Mexican niggas talking about the Holocaust.
be true. Like, for
Is he even a Nazi? He's not even white.
For example, a lot of the Jews that died in these camps, they weren't death camps. He says the people that died there, they died because there was disease spreading in the camps, but maybe these technological
Okay, so they still died though. Like, what is that? It's like, okay, they didn't, let's just take away the gas chambers. So they died from the reason why prisoners of war usually die, which is that they were just mistreated and, disease spread throughout the camp. Some of them were just beaten. The regular reasons why people end up dying in camps and whatnot.
Horrors are exaggerated. Maybe the numbers are exaggerated.
So clearly he does have some thoughts on this issue. He's not a true Holocaust agnostic. But see, that doesn't fit into our narrative today. Getting into all that would kind of undermine his point that the Holocaust doesn't matter to him. And
okay, so the video is really just gonna be about the well, you know, whatever. We're still gonna watch. We're here. We're still gonna watch the video, even though it's about the same shit people have been saying about Nick Fuentes for literally the better part of a decade. We'll still do it. Big Hunk Lol, thank you for $5. If you don't know anything about Nick, what I'm seeing here is not convincing me he's bad. Joel's swings seem very weak and vibes pill so far. Well, he's not talking about people that the average person already doesn't know. This is why I don't get, this is why when I was making my documentary, one of the key things that I was focused on was not just telling very concise, or as concise as you could be. It was 3 hours, but you know, I was covering 10 hours, well, 10 years worth of lore. So obviously it's going to be like a little bit bigger. So, but you know, I was trying to tell a concise story of Nick Fuentes' lore, but I was also trying to make sure to get all the details that a lot of people miss. Like a lot of people don't know about the early America First Media days with James Alsop. A lot of people don't know how he came up. A lot of people have forgotten about the fact that he attended Charlottesville and all that. A lot of people don't know the details about the shit he got up to at Jan 6th. A lot of people don't know about how he abandoned his followers and he just fucking made fun of them for getting caught, even though he told them to go into the Capitol building at Jan 6th. A lot of them don't know how he snaked all these people who were in his movement, how he snaked Patrick Casey, how he snaked Jaden, how he snaked Simon, how he tried to say he was going to sue Simon and ruin his life, even though he knew that Simon had a family and kids who were depending on him, just because, I don't know, he was pissed or whatever the fuck. Dude, a lot of people didn't know all this shit. So that's what I was trying to tell. But I don't understand the point in just making a documentary about Nick that just says the same narrative that everybody already says. Okay, we get it. He's kind of racist, and he's kind of like a Holocaust denialist, and he's kind of gay. All right. we know. Cartman, thank you for $1.99. Big Joel is in phase 1 of getting a Luigi forehead. The Authorized J, thank you for $5. I'm fatigued about hearing about slavery. Every civilization has been enslaved at one point. That's very true. America we weren't even the worst form of the Atlantic slave trade, right? Like Brazil was like way worse. The Caribbean was worse in a lot of ways. Tis the Happy 229, thank you for $15. I feel like the Holocaust has snuffed out discussion of many other genocides like Japanese war crimes in Cambodia. Cambodia probably had the most brutal Holocaust of the 20th century. You know, not to, you know, try and steal the shit that the Jews went through in World War II's thunder or whatever, but the shit that the Khmer Rouge were doing in their killing fields, that is some of the nastiest, most gruesome shit that any sort of evil genocidal regime did, like, ever. Followed by the shit that happened in the Congo. Like, honestly, like, maybe I would say the Holocaust is top three worst genocides in the 20th century, right? If we include genocides from other era, I don't think it makes it top 5, maybe. It's definitely top 10, but top 5, I don't know, man, because you got the Mongols, and the Mongols by themselves have like 2 or 3 different genocides that all of them are like top 10 worthy. You have the Romans also committed some genocides. Caesar himself, you know, you had the genocide he basically committed against the Celts, like for real. If you like adjust for population size of the era Caesar was in, it's insane. Especially you do so for Genghis Khan. What's that one fun fact? That the Mongols killed so many people in Genghis Khan's era, it like gave more oxygen in the ozone layer because so many fucking humans have been killed in such a short amount of time. So, you know, Holocaust is up there. I don't know, probably top 5, definitely top 10. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a genocide tier list later. The Authorized J, thank you for $5. people talk about the Holocaust more than they talk about Stalin,
any case,
who also has his own Holocaust, which was also pretty nasty.
I don't think Nick
Like, Stalin and Hitler really were just destined to be rivals because they really went like atrocity for atrocity, authoritarianism for authoritarianism, war crime for war crime, genocide for genocide. They were really made for each other.
would be very good at
No wonder they're two of Nick's biggest idols.
defending his position here. And so he makes a joke and looks at the camera like he's Jim from The Office.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
6 million people died. Jim doesn't make that face on The Office. Or like, okay, Pierce plays a clip of Fuentes saying that most black people should be in jail, and Pierce and Nick have this interaction.
What is the
See, here's the thing about, let's say we do a genocide tier list. One problem would be with, say, Mao, right? Like Mao Zedong. Because people would say, well, surely the Great Leap Forward is like the number one worst. It's like an S tier genocide. Well, it wasn't really a genocide because unlike the Holocaust or the Holodomor or, the Pol Pot's killing fields in Cambodia, it was an accident. Like Mao wasn't really trying to kill millions of Chinese people. He was just retarded and he did it by accident, which when you think about it is kind of worse. It's kind of worse. He killed more people than Stalin or Hitler, literally just accidentally because he was retarded. So I don't know if it would make it on a tier list. If it did, it would be like very low. It'd be like maybe E tier because it was a complete accident. I don't know.
most part, I mean, what percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that.
Nick gives this shit-eating grin, you know, like Jim from The Office, as though Pierce's point is just that,
Of course, he quotes The Office. This Office.
that ridiculous.
I thought that was just like a one-off thing. Like he said Jim, and then he quoted Jim again. I don't know. My retarded ass. I went to Medicare, but then it's like, is he talking about The Office? And then he brought up The Office again, and of course, it's fucking Jim from The Office. Probably his favorite character.
But to me, it feels like a
Look, it's one thing to like The Office, but if you like The Office and your favorite characters are either Jim or Pam, or God forbid both, you're probably just, I don't even want to say what you are.
hope. Nick said that most black people should be in jail, which is psychotic.
Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
He didn't want to back down from this
Not most, but a lot more niggas need to be in jail than there currently are.
point and look weak in front of Pierce Morgan.
And when I say that, right, it's like, it's been proven. The research has been done that the majority of crimes that you hear are committed in black neighborhoods, it's mostly just a minority of people. And I know this for a fact because I have met a guy who was part of that minority. A dude who was in and out of jail, a dude who only caused problems, a dude who my parents, especially my dad, is like, don't you hang around that nigga, right? Like, I know what these type of people are. And I'm like, looking back now, I'm like, yeah, that nigga should have been put in jail. Like, even when he was a minor, they should have just like kept him in there because he was never rehabilitated. He kept like causing problems until he's in jail now for like, well, not jail. He's in prison now for years, right? It'll be years before he gets out. Maybe he'll be fixed then, or maybe he'll just be like too worn out to do any more fuck shit. But there are certain niggas who are roaming the streets right now who, if you just put these guys in prison or in jail, we don't even have to go full El Salvador. It won't solve every problem, but it would make everything much easier for the average person, especially the average black person who's like, our neighborhoods won't be terrorized by niggas like this anymore.
And so he says, yeah, I mean the black people who murder people, and then laughs about it and acts all condescending as if to imply that this distinction couldn't matter less. But here's the thing. It works. All of it works. I'm literally just watching the video wrong. As of right now, this conversation has around 6 million views, or, you know, maybe 10 times that. That's what I have in the script. And the comments are universally on Nick's side. I literally cannot find one that isn't some groiper delighted by how Fuentes performed. I guess this is for a few reasons. For one thing, Pierce Morgan is undeniably annoying, and he has been for his whole life. At one point, they talk about misogyny, and Pierce starts...
Piers Morgan is a pure rage baiter, right? He's basically Keemstar. Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day. Piers Morgan is basically just like he's Keemstar running his own more professional version of Lolcow Live. Everybody knows that Keemstar is just like he's running a fucking circus, right? Like Lolcow Live is not anything to be taken seriously. But for some reason, people take Piers Morgan and his fucking show seriously, even though he's just doing the same sort of shit that Keemstar is doing. He just brings on all these unserious, retarded people, and he just has them fight each other for the audience. It's basically just WWE, but for politics.
Dunking on Nick for being a virgin, and it really cringes me out.
Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow.
Piers Morgan is like proof that if you speak with a British audience, if you speak with a British accent, at least Americans will take you way more seriously than they would.
There's a guy who's never got laid.
I swear, if Piers Morgan talked with a regular American accent, nobody would just take. It's because he's British. Like people just like think that there's something about him that's more intelligent or more professional than it actually is. It's not, bro. He's a tart wrangler who puts on a Lolcow Live type show for an easy buck.
You don't like women? Well, you haven't even gotten laid. Try getting some pussy next time, Nick Fuentes. Unless, of course, you're a homosexual.
You're not gay.
No.
And Piers Morgan is just kind of like that. He can just be a bit hard to watch. But the more obvious reason Nick won, particularly from the perspective of his audience, is the very reason I found him so annoying. He acts like a disingenuous weirdo. Sure, I think it's embarrassing for Nick to talk about how all black people should be in jail and then say, well, I mean the murderer should. But what his audience sees there is someone who doesn't back down, who refuses to acknowledge his own argument changing beneath his feet. Most black people should be in jail, and he'll affirm that point even if he can't actually do the work of affirming it. Yes, I think it's dumb for Fuentes to avoid the question of his Holocaust revision, but that gesture gives him everything he wants. He confuses the boomer Piers Morgan, he avoids making an argument he's almost certainly not prepared to defend, and he signals to his audience his belief that 6 million Jews didn't die in the Holocaust, or that it doesn't matter if they did or didn't.
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion.
The only person who might have some conflicting feelings about this interview is Nick Fuentes himself. In the days after his conversation with Piers, Nick streamed about the experience, and it was kind of a weird stream. Don't get me wrong, the energy in that room was excited, almost rapturous. Fans super chatted Nick just to gas him up on how well he did. Nick described the event in these
all Nick cares about is getting attention, and he succeeded. That's why he's always happy with the attention he gets no matter what. Nick doesn't he doesn't care. Nick is not, despite all of his years of being an irony bro and being the king of optics, Nick does not give a fuck about optics. All he wants is attention because he can monetize that. Also because he just likes attention. He's an attention whore. He's an attention whore, and he likes being able to make money off of attention, and he likes being able to, he sells more hats. He sells more America First hats, more America First hoodies, more America First mugs whenever something shit like this happens. And as long as he can just keep that going, he can keep the attention train, and he can keep the merch sales, and he can keep adding to his little retard Groiper army. He is happy. He is satisfied. He's a very simple, lab-made creature. Ice Mexican, thank you for $4.99. Big AH had way more aura than that tire-faced Georgian Stalin. Yeah, you know, that is true. Hold up, man. I was just thinking. Nah. You know what? No, maybe I should do it. I was thinking about doing a dictator tier list, right? But the problem with doing the dictator tier list, I was like, what am I going to be grading them on? Am I going to be grading them on how long they were a dictator, how much they conquered, how many people they killed, how well they dressed? Because there are a lot of dictators who are very fly. Like I would say on dictators more than average have a more than higher than average sense of fashion, especially guys like Mussolini or shit, even Hitler. Gaddafi was fucking, oh my God, bro. That nigga was dripped out almost every fucking time. Even when he was like being executed, he was kind of dripped out for real. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do the dictator tier list in the genocide tier list. Or, I don't know, just ideas for future streams. Christ Hiss, thank you for $9.99. Everyone talks about the persecution of Jewish people, but no one ever talks about the hunger plan and general plan Oz which would have starved, deported half of the Eastern European Slavs. It's very true. Hitler was planning to kill way, way, way more people than the Jews. It's just that, like, a lot of the Jews in like Eastern Europe, or like that half of Europe from Central to Eastern Europe, just happened to be in the places where he already conquered. So he's like, well, let me get to them first. There's a lot of people don't understand this. Jews were not the primary adversary for Hitler and the Nazis, believe it or not. They were one. They were definitely an op that he was planning on, like, getting rid of. But his main ops were communists in general. Communists had to go. Then it was Jews and Slavs and, you know, everybody else, right? But communists in Hitler's eyes and in the Nazis' eyes, those guys were the main problems, and they had to be, you know, got up out of here by any means necessary. NTR Uncle, thank you for $5. The 20th century is full of atrocities. I'm all out of F's to give about the one that gets pushed on us the most. That being said, Nick has the bit gay. Chaos and control. God forbid a leftist mentions the Holodomor. Oh yeah, they're never gonna do that. Vince 12. You will never get fucking Hassan to bring up the Holodomor or any of that shit. Is he even pro-Ukraine? Like, so many, the Russia-Ukraine war that's been happening has really just been a face reveal, a mass reveal for a lot of leftists, because you would think they would all just come out in support of the Ukrainians, right? I mean, they're just this small independent nation who are trying to defend these imperialists who used to oppress them and literally once committed a genocide in their land, one of the worst genocides in European history. But nope, they're they aren't necessarily pro-Russia, but they aren't necessarily pro-Ukraine either. And we know why. It's because they see Russia as like the successor to the Soviet Empire or the Soviet Union, which it isn't, no matter how much Putin wants it to be, right? Modern Russia will never be as big or as strong as the fucking USSR was. Vince 12, thank you for $2. Some niggas just need to go to jail. True. Some niggas just need to be locked up. Some niggas need to be in a cage. Some niggas just need to be got up out of here for things to get better. Now, maybe you don't need to go to the super extreme that the president of El Salvador did, but some niggas just gotta go. Randall Shirker, thank you for $5. Don't know if YouTube ate the last one, but the book, your last stream, you're curious about, Try Faith America by Kevin M. Schultz is what it is. I will put that on a reading list. Thank you. SB, thank you for $5. Joel's 5-head does not warrant a face cam. What is he doing? I don't want. He's doing the thing. See, this was the meta in the COVID era. This was the shit that COVID era were fucking eating off of. They were buying mansions with this meta right here. You know, the disheveled looking guy holding a microphone meta. He's still doing this. He ain't changing. I guess don't fix what ain't broke. Wooji Me, thank you for €2. Give me Ebony Queen GF Mikey. Oh, I'm sorry. All 3 of my sisters have been married. So Kimono Theater, thank you for $5. To be fair about the accent thing, most American accents can make the most legitimately intelligent statement sound asinine if it's not from a great speaker. Oh, that's pretty true too. Quiet Rider, thank you for $5. When an empire falls, it can never be reborn. People tend to forget that part of Sun Tzu talked about.
Momentous sounding terms. He laid the hammer down. He destroyed Piers Morgan.
I think the Piers interview was more consequential than even the Tucker interview. You made the message clear and did not back down. Your best interview yet.
That was like the end game. Me and Tucker was like Infinity War, and that was like Endgame.
Oh my God, dude. They all talk like this now. Before, right? Before it was just like the leftists who did this. Before it was the leftists who just, they had to insult it's one thing to reference pop culture, but to just every single thing just come down to fucking Disney and comic book shit every time. Before it was just like the leftists and progressives who did it. Now the right side grifters, they do it too. especially the far right guys. They do it too. Everybody does it in politics now. It's so fucking annoying.
I was like, Mortal Kombat, finish him.
But at the same time, Nick whines a fair amount.
Right? Like the left, they act like they're the plucky rebels from Star Wars. And the right, they act like they're the Empire or some cringe shit. Like, it's all cringe. All of it is cringe, bro.
And whines in this very odd way. Like around 20 minutes into the hour and 40-minute video, Nick talks about the moment where Morgan believed,
like, dudes like Nick, or at least, you know, dudes on a dissident right now, they'll make the Harry Potter references that the left makes, or at least they used to make until, you know, J.K. Rowling became the #1 op of progressives because she doesn't think that dudes who say that they're men, say that they're women, but still have beards shouldn't be allowed to go into bathrooms with little girls. You know, until then, they also make the Harry Potter references. They just say that they're Slytherin or some gay shit like that.
Tim, when he said his joke
they're Voldemort.
Opinion about the Holocaust. And he complains about how Pierce reacted to that information.
So I said in response, I said, well, I think it's at least 6 million. It might be 10. He thought I was serious. And, you know, a good faith person would say, really? I'm surprised. I thought you said this. Did your position change? Why? No, but he didn't say that. He said, oh, well, your followers would like to hear. Turned it into like a, now I'm going to humiliate you. Now I'm going to make you.
Of course. Piers Morgan isn't fucking good faith, bro. It's a clown show, and he knows it.
You look
You aren't good faith either.
weak.
It was two bad faith people who got on TV to use each other for clout and views.
Nick's accusation that Pierce wasn't acting in good faith in this moment doesn't make sense to me. Of course Morgan would be skeptical of Nick saying a normal thing about the Holocaust. He said abnormal things about the Holocaust many times. And it's a good, normal question. If you believe that the consensus narrative around the Holocaust is correct, what do you think of your audience who might disagree with you? It's called a follow-up question, Nick. It's not inherently bad faith just because—
NTR Uncle, thank you for $5. I grew up in El Salvador, not from there. In the late 90s, early 2000s, trust me, Bukele did the right thing.
Do you feel judged by it?
I mean, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that El Salvador really was a special case where a nuclear option need to be taken.
Later on, Nick describes other better conversations he's had.
You know, people like Piers Morgan, they've created such a toxic environment. And maybe that's a boomer thing. Maybe that's a legacy media thing. You know, I feel like the younger generation, because it's all independent media, it's younger guys that are more curious. A guy like Bradley Martin is just curious. A guy like Jack Neal, these are just too young.
You know what Bukele is? He's something like, he's kind of evidence about why accelerationism doesn't really work. Because the accelerationists, which Nick and the Groypers are, part of the reason why they're so anti-Trump, I'm not saying you need to be pro-Trump, because, you know, there's a lot of reasons lately why people who were formerly pro-Trump might be at least a little more skeptical of the nigga. But the reason why he and his followers specifically are anti-Trump is because they're accelerationists. And they think that if they just vote in somebody who's the left, because Trump isn't necessarily doing what they want, if they just vote for a worse candidate, the worst candidate ever, who will make things even worse, eventually things will get so bad that society will have no choice but to swing the pendulum at the other direction, and then things will get better. That does not work. There are several countries that were pretty good or even great and that have degenerated over time, and they aren't getting better, right? I'm not one of those people who thinks that South Africa is officially a third world country now, but obviously things just getting worse doesn't magically mean that they're gonna, the saying that things gotta get worse before they get better, it's not true, right? Haiti is the ultimate proof that sometimes things can just keep getting worse and worse and worse, like forever. Like Haiti just keeps getting, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. For things to get better, people have to show up who are actively trying to make them better. The only type of accelerationism that works is people who are like violent accelerationists, like John Brown, the dude who attacked Harper's Ferry because he was a super hardcore abolitionist and he helped fan the flames of the American Civil War. Or, I don't know. I guess, hold on. You could say that the dude who was president, I forget what his name was. Who was the dude who was president? Buchanan. The dude, Buchanan was kind of like proof of accelerationism because he was so shit. he accidentally ended up causing the American Civil War, or at least accelerated it happening. And then that accelerated slavery ending in the United States. But that was something that was already in motion. It was already in flux, right? It's not just that things got worse and then they got better. In fact, one would argue things got substantially worse because of that. So, you know, what Bukele is proof of is that he's the violent accelerationist. He's the dude who shows up and he's like, I want things to change and I am going to, as violently and forcefully as I can, make the change that I want to happen. He didn't just fucking wait until everything just fell apart and then he could rebuild on the ruins. That doesn't work.
And again, the victim complex is just striking. Those people he had interviews with, Bradley Martin, Jack Neal, they were just conversations. Their purpose was simply to hear Nick out, have some friendly, sometimes very friendly banter with him.
You can't be bought and you can't be blackmailed in the same way that maybe someone like Trump could be. Which
he was literally bragging. He was literally bragging about wanting to take some fucking gold from the same people who actually said that they were going to, hold on, let me look it up. Saying he can't be bought. What the fuck you mean? Every single time he went on one of these interviews, all he did was fucking bullshit. All he did was bullshit and lie, because that's all he does. He's like bitches who do nothing but eat hot chips all day. All they do is eat hot chip and lie.
Nick's saying, you're saying truly, when are you going to take the gold deal? I heard that was a big deal.
I think I'm going to take it, yeah.
I'm going to take it.
What is the deal? Well, it's just like a gold sponsorship. Okay. You know, people are buying gold, and the reason why I have to take it is because it's Mark Levin's old sponsor.
Mark Levin's old sponsor. Mark Levin's one of the biggest, most violently, most militant Zionist Jews in America. He had a literal gold sponsor, and I'm going to take it.
So it's an old Mark Levin gold sponsor, and they said, I don't like Mark Levin anymore. I want to support you. So they're taking his deal and giving it to me. So,
you know, he can't be bought, though. Nick Fuentes can't be bought.
Is a reason that I think your message is considered so dangerous is because they know they can't really get to you.
And that's fine, I guess. It's even fine to prefer those sorts of interactions. But Piers Morgan was doing something different. He actually went through Nick's record, asked him specific questions about things he said. Even if you find him annoying, Piers was doing journalism, actual confrontational journalism. But here, that's posed as everything wrong with the legacy media. But what's interesting about Nick is that he's kind of reflective about the whole thing, that he uses Morgan's supposed failures to justify and criticize his own performance.
People like Piers Morgan, they give me no incentive to moderate. They give me no incentive to act in good faith. They give me no incentive to do any of that.
There's no incentive to moderate or be good faith, he says, as though his politics are normally so moderate, as though Morgan forced him to be an asshole or took him out of context somehow.
They condition a class of people that are contemptuous. That's really what it is. It's contemptuousness. That's the only way to win with Piers Morgan. You get somebody that is irrationally self-confident. You get somebody that almost is contemptuously dishonest, because that's what it demands. That's the only type of person that can survive.
The only way to win with Piers and with people like him is to be contemptuously dishonest. That's not a very kind thing to say about yourself, that you lied a lot. That's not the word I'd associate with a well-meaning guy. As far as his audience is concerned, Nick Fuentes' interview with Piers Morgan was the best thing that ever happened.
This guy is taking a lot more from this interview than he needs to be. Like, this interview was not that serious.
Triumph.
There are better things that you can use to psychoanalyze Nick Fuentes' character than this interview he did with Piers Morgan, which obviously neither of these two were taken that seriously.
The face of the liberal elite. At one point in their talk, Piers Morgan inexplicably plays a clip of Daniel Finkelstein, a Jewish-British journalist.
Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum.
And Nick proceeds to make fun of him and say he doesn't give a shit.
You know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying, me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking
I don't
cool.
care.
In the following days, Nick's...
I mean, you know, hey, that's kind of... who the fuck made this? You know, honestly, I think that's fair, right? It's like, why are you bringing that up? It's like, don't you know that my mom was arrested by Hitler? I mean, okay, bro, that sucks. But what does that have to do with me, though?
Audience made a bunch of...
I mean, that sucks what happened to your mom, but it's like, I'm not about to change my whole ideology just based off of the shit that happened to your mother like decades ago, like before my parents were born.
AI songs joking.
I'm not saying that his ideology is good or even defensible. I'm just saying that's really weak.
about the event, some of them with around
Hitler bullied my mom, so, you know, that means that you have to change everything that you believe. It's like, nigga, no.
around 100,000 views.
What if his mom actually committed a crime? Like, what if it wasn't because his mom was Jewish and, like, he was putting her in a camp? What if she was, like, she stole shit or she assaulted somebody? Maybe she was working for the Allies and she was a spy. What if he had, like, a legitimate reason to arrest his mom? I'm just saying, dude. This is another, wait, hold up. Is this like one of those things where they took, like, the Jewish skin and they made furniture out of it?
That's how funny the Groypers found all of this. How well.
Look, bro, look. Look, dude, this is fucking funny. I'm sorry. This is fucking funny. I'm sorry.
That's how funny the Groypers found all of this. How well they thought it went. And if Nick made this kind of content every single day, I have no doubt they'd love him all the more. Yet in Nick's own words, his performance was kind of shitty, manipulative, justified no doubt by Morgan's nastiness.
Yeah, his mom could have been a communist, which again, that is not a good I'm not saying that is all right for his mom to have died if she was a communist. I'm just saying, what would you, if your mom was a communist in Nazi Germany, well, yeah, she's gonna get killed because Hitler hated communists. He hated communists more than he hated Jews. There were some Jews, I'm not saying it was a pattern, I'm saying that there were some very select Jews who Hitler gave passes to. He never gave passes to communists ever. If you were a commie, you had to fucking go.
But bad nonetheless. He even
fucking making up all these reasons to justify Hitler fucking up this dude's mom.
Suggests that this sort of conversation is harmful to the public.
I don't think that's a public service, actually. I don't think that's best for the public.
Oh, his mom didn't die? What the fuck is he crying about then? Oh, his mom didn't even die. Well, why are you crying about, okay, so Hitler arrested your mom and then he let her go afterwards? Oh my God.
Interest. And it's interesting, people said that's the most entertaining.
No, average guy, plenty of people who Hitler arrested who didn't get to go home.
I had to make it entertaining. Because if it wasn't entertaining, it would be a shame festival.
In these moments, it's almost like Nick feels the need to apologize for himself to his adoring audience. To say, even if you like this, it isn't me. It isn't all of me anyway. And I guess that raises the question, who is Nick Fuentes really? What does he look like at his absolute best? A few months ago, Nick Fuentes went on Glenn.
A warm toilet seat. Thank you for $5. Nick's whole brand is that he's one of the youth. But do you think he has hair plugs or a hair system, wigs? Because I know that hairline is disastrous. Oh, bro, absolutely. I talked about this before. Is that something happened with Nick's hair, bro. It is not the same. I have watched so much footage of this dude across multiple eras, like from the time he was in high school up until recently. His hair that he has now is not the same hair that he had when he first started America First. Maybe he got a fucking perm, but that is not the same style of hair. Hold on, we can look at it in a minute about how his hair changed. That shit, he got a different type of do. Maybe he got his stylist. He got his mom's stylist or some shit. His mom's stylist who styles your hair like it's in the 80s and everybody has perms and shit. His hair is not the same as it was 5, 6, 7 years ago. Quiet Rider, thank you for $5. Fuentes can be bought. You need a Catboy, a Pepsi, and pizza. Elron, oh, it has to be cheese pizza. Elron Humperdinck, thank you for $1.99. Fetty Wap Fuentes to the rescue, guys. DN22PKKDT, thank you for $10 Canadian. They explained why Fuentes has a permanent slouch that just gets more drastic every time I see him? Give it a few more years, this guy's head will be at the level all the way down to his stomach. Well, he has really bad posture. He's had bad posture forever. Even back in the day when he was still a spry teenager, he was still leaning in his fucking chair. He's never had good posture. Another 4, thank you for 5. Also, his diet is shit. Like I said, guys, make sure your gut microbiome is healthy. You can't control your genetics, really. But the part of the things that you can control, a lot of that shit comes down to what's in your gut, right? Make sure your diet is at least partially healthy. Another 4, thank you for $5. NeeJF has hit twink death. He's old. He's washed.
Greenwald Show system update. Greenwald is a bit of an odd duck in his own right, and I don't think it would add much.
Hold on, let me see. Let me show you guys real quick. Before we get through this. All right, so we go to my document.
One of the quickest ways for me to thank some.
Okay, so let's see. All the way from the beginning. Okay, so this is Nick. So we got Nick right here, in his traditional African garb. As you can see, hair is much different.
Really, the roughest part about being a dissident.
Completely different dude. Maybe that was just let's fast forward. Because when I do my B-roll, for people who don't know, the B-roll, I try to make sure B-roll is in chronological order, right? Like if I'm talking about somebody across multiple years, I want the B-roll to be from the year of them I'm talking about, and I want to put it in chronological order if I can, right? So, okay.
And again, we're breaking TOS. Even this wasn't the worst.
Completely. Okay, you could just say, well, he's combing it back, right? He's just combing it back.
More than his Twitter addiction.
When you're banned from everything, now I can't.
No, man, it's like, I don't know, it just gets very, like he's trying to cover up the hairline. He wasn't like that before. Before, Nick wasn't worried. Nick wasn't worried about the hair. Nick wasn't worried about the hairline back in the day. Oh, hold up.
I just jumped.
Nick wasn't worried about hiding his hairline back in the day, but these days, it's like he's nervous. It's like he has to, the floof is doing some carrying for him.
To this video to describe him here, but suffice it to say, Glenn gives the good faith interview that Fuentes is so enamored with, the one that Morgan rudely denied him.
I hope people continue to watch your show, even if they don't agree with you. I think it's, as I said a few weeks ago, got in a lot of trouble for saying it. You don't spout off like as a sensationalist shock jock. You, I think, are extremely well read in the areas on which you focus.
Whoa. Greenwald seems profoundly congratulatory throughout the conversation, both with himself, the cosmos.
Oh shit, you're not lying, bro. You're actually VHS Archive. Thank you for the £2. You're not lying, dude. I see it. Hold on, hold up. Hold on, wait. I definitely do see he looks like a more disheveled version of him, though. He looks like a more fucked up version of him. He looks like he's on a more meth head, crackhead version of him. Which is funny because that he did way more drugs.
Who is Nick Fuentes?
I guess it really is just genetics, and there's nothing that bro could do to stop him from ending up like this.
Really? What does he look like at his absolute...
Thank you for the £2, by the way, brother. Synchromax, thank you for $4.99. When you learn to like pepperoni and sausage, going back to plain cheese is kind of boring. I always felt the same.
Best. I don't think it would add much to this video to describe him here, but suffice it to say, Glenn gives the good faith interview that Fuentes is so enamored with, the one that Morgan rudely denied him.
I hope people continue to watch your show, even if they don't agree with you. I think it's, as I said a few weeks ago, got in a lot of trouble for saying it. You don't spout off like as a sensationalist shock jock. You, I think, are extremely well read in the areas on which you focus.
Greenwald seems profoundly congratulatory throughout the conversation, both with himself, the cosmopolitan intellectual who will...
Yeah, very suspicious, this whole era of everybody just bringing Nick on to tell him how awesome he is, how he's the greatest, how he's the future, how he's a genius, how he's changing the world, how he's revolutionary, all these other fucking terms. And then, like, where is he at? He's at the exact same place he was at basically the year before.
Sit down with
like early 2025, this is where he was at.
Anyone for an honest...
After all those interviews, all that astroturfing, all that trying to make Nick the biggest name on the right, he's at basically the same place he was at a year or two ago.
Conversation, and with Fuentes, the dissident political figure who is often misunderstood by the mainstream media. I've never sped up a clip for a video in my life, but I have to here.
Oh, Joel Doc, thanks, but I'll pass. Well, hey, I'll see you later, Jan Paul.
Because I need you to understand how this man talks and he
I wanted to give it a shot, you know?
talks a lot.
Obviously, you know that if I have you on my show or if anyone has you on their show, they're going to hear, kind of the highlights or the lowlights, as it might be of Nick Fuentes. Like, here's what he said about black people, and here's what he said about Jews, and here's what he said about this group and that group and this group. And because you're on the air a lot, and because some of it is kind of an ironic humor that you have with your audience, which I think most people in real life is how they speak, and
ironic. Irony, bro. Like, they do it for him. No, it is not fucking irony, bro. It's like he just doesn't, you can't take anything he's saying seriously. Don't take anything Nick says. It's not irony. He doesn't like care about any of this shit for real, bro. He just says shit. He's a provocateur. That's it.
Part of the appeal.
And he's not even a good provocateur. You can be a provocateur and you're still trying to get attention, to bring attention towards a greater cause. Nick doesn't even want to do that, bro. He just wants clout so he can sell hats and hoodies and mugs.
If you're doing well on the internet, is the fact that you are being a real person. You're not presenting one fake artificial public face with a different private character. And I think that's given people, in one way that's been very good for you. It's been part of your appeal, but in another way it's given people a very easy way to demonize and attack you by taking these quotes that can sound not just very racist, but very almost like Nazi-like and a kind of extermination rhetoric.
People throw around these clips of you espousing Hitlerite rhetoric, but that's
nobody takes Nick Fuentes out of fucking context.
Not the true Nick.
Nobody does that.
Nick, it couldn't
like, how is it possible for literally every clip we take, take of Nick Fuentes to be out of context? Like, is there any way, are you ever in context, bro? Is irony mode ever not on? Are you ever serious about any fucking thing that you say?
I know you better than that. There is one back and forth in this interview that I find fascinating. So Greenwald basically says to Nick, look, I get that you don't like immigration, but these people do assimilate. The children of immigrants are by and large just Americans, so what's the difference really between today's immigrants and those of America's past?
These people start going to college, they become doctors and lawyers, a lot of them are secular, they seem American in terms of how they speak and how they behave. Like, what to you is the difference, other than just numbers maybe, between immigrants of 100 years ago and the immigrants of now?
And Nick talks for like 2 minutes here, but he gives a very straightforward answer. The difference is race.
Well, difference.
Yeah, when is he going to bring up that? Thank you for reminding me, Big Mac Orange. Is he going to bring up what Nick said about the age of consent? Is he going to bring up any of his comments about Jeffrey Epstein?
This is race.
I don't know. This is kind of weak sauce so far, Joel. I'm not going to lie.
The immigrants of 100 years ago were racially European. And the people that are coming in now, they're Indian, they're Chinese, they're Hispanic, they're racially different. They look different. They just are different.
Around 15 minutes later, Greenwald pressed...
Again, I just want to say, again, was that a concern for white Americans back in the day? Yes. But you know what else was a really, really big concern about immigrants back in the day that, we just had to give up on? Catholic immigrants. Do you know why why America failed to annex all of that territory we took in the Mexican-American War or in the Spanish-American War, where we basically just took all of Spain's colonies? We took a good chunk of the Caribbean. We took fucking all of the Philippines. You know why we didn't annex that shit? Because it is full. It's not just full of brown people. It's also full of brown Catholics. See, if they were brown Protestants, that would still have been a problem for Americans back then. But brown Catholics? No, that's how they felt right there. But like, Nick won't say any of that because Nick is not only a partially brown person, he's also a partially brown Catholic. He is Irish Catholic, he is Italian, and he's Mexican. 100% wetback American. He is 100% made from, not only is he 100% made from a product of immigration, he is a product of immigration that was also made in a laboratory, right? So there's nothing desirable about him from the perspective of the founding stock American. So what he's arguing here, and again, I'm not trying to make this seem like a pro-immigration statement. You can feel how you want to feel about immigration. I'm just trying to say the argument he's saying kind of defeats itself because pretty much every part of him, what makes him up, was once considered undesirable immigrants to the United States.
Fuentes on this a little more. He says, if you're so opposed to people coming into this country because they do bad things to our culture, what about educated white women? These people you scorn so much and who tend to disagree with you about everything.
On some level, the kind of bugaboo right now of American politics are highly educated, metropolitan, liberal white women who are just kind of the bane of everybody's existence, who are
Christ Hiss, thank you, 199. Look at Hunter Avallone. Leftism just does that. Well, if you ask somebody like Kraut, who knew Hunter Avallone before he went on his fucking leftist turn, he was always like that. He was always just this little shitter with just the worst ever. And the reason why he flip-flopped is because he doesn't really believe in anything. All that shit that happened to him with his wife cucking him with a ugly, fat black guy, literally just the most stereotypical cuck fantasy ever, right? Your wife cheats on you with a fat, ugly nigga. And she was planning on doing all of this crazy porn where he would get all his black friends and they would run a train on her and piss on her and shit, right? All that shit was just an inevitability because, you know, Hunter Avalon is just pathetic like that. But he was always a loser, at least according to people like Kraut, who apparently, I heard that when the Ralph Scarlett Hampton porn flick drops, Kino Casino, there's going to be a giant panel with them and some guests, including Josh Moon and Kraut, who was also there for the original. Kraut was there. He was actually running OBS when I think it was PPP, Godwinson, and Josh. They all reviewed the Faith Vickers, Ethan Ralph sex tape originally, right? So, you know, it's like old times. You know, we had to bring the crew back together so we can review the newest, the newest drop from everyone's favorite porn star, Ethan Oliver Ralph.
Or the plight and plague on American politics. What about that? What is that?
Quiet Rider, thank you for $5. As a man, calling Nick Fuentes a man is more insulting than being Dave Moscato, RTU, and Vito combined. Well, technically, Nick Fuentes isn't even really a person. So, you know. DN22, thank you for 25 Canadian. Thank you, brother. Every time Fuentes pops up, everyone who glazes him always goes on about how he speaks his mind. He's young. He's changing the world. Every time. It's like Nick gives his goons a script and he hasn't changed it since 2022. And yeah, it's aging badly because he's getting old. You're getting old, Unk. I'm gonna be 30 soon, buddy. You're not gonna be able to use that youth card like you used to. And I don't know, man, Norwood Reaper, that little floof that you've been trying to hide the hairline with, it can only do so much work for so much longer, Nick. You got to figure out a new script besides I'm young. Christ His, thank you for another $1.99. I meant the physiognomy, but still tracks.
Like, I mean, these are white women, like hardcore white women, probably with a long history of white ancestry in the United States, and yet for you and so many other people who think like you, these are like the embodiment of the threats to the American way of life. What's the explanation for that?
Hardcore white women, Glenn says. Balls to the...
Almost Big Joel's age. I still can't get over it.
These are like the embodiment of the threats to the American way of life. What's the explanation for that?
Hardcore...
I still can't get over the fact this dude is fucking 30. Like, what do you mean, dude? Like, what do you mean me and this guy could have gone to high school together, right? We could have almost been maybe a grade or two apart. What do you mean? And he looks like that.
White women, Glenn says. Balls to the wall, just white women. Again, Nick gives a lengthy answer.
I don't look like a supermodel, but shit, nigga, I still got my hair. And then again, you know, I have good hair genetics, like I've said before. Pretty much most of the men, even the older guys, even the dudes who were in like middle-aged and near retirement age, have either kept all or most of their hair. So I don't know.
Sir, but he makes his point well.
Maybe his genetics are just cursed.
In the first 10 seconds or so.
Well, I think in general, you're sort of conflating what is abstract versus what is real. White women have liberal ideas, but they carry white genes. And so white women have eggs that when fertilized by white men are going to create white babies.
White women are white.
That is that's such a weird way to say anything.
Glenn, I want to have a white...
Like anytime any dude just brings up like eggs, like what? Like, yes, that's how it works. That's how the fucking sexual reproduction for women works, but why are you...
Country, not a country filled with people of other races and other racial interests.
I still think that white people should exist, even if there are a lot of liberal white people right now, because I'm white.
So when I look at this interaction, what I see is this desire from Glenn to uncover the true Nick Fuentes, the complicated Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I scammed you into watching Big Joel, sorry.
You're a reasonable guy, and so you're probably interested by how well the children of immigrants of color assimilate into our culture.
To a lot of them, they became super assimilated, super American.
And while you're watching it, you just want to yell at the screen, what are you talking about, Glenn? Of course that's not interesting to Nick. Why would it be? Glenn here is acting like bigotry to Fuentes is a kind of complicated instrument, something he uses to bring about his desire.
Nobody ever asked Nick, like, here's a question, right? You want to ask Nick some question about immigration. Well, how do you feel about like your dad or your grandfather then? How do you feel about your grandfather on your mother's side? How do you feel? Like, he's literally 100% immigrant, right? Like, there's no part of Nick Fuentes that you could find. You can't track any part of his lineage back to the Revolutionary War, probably not even the Civil War, maybe not even World War I, right? Maybe there was like, he has some Irish or Italian ancestors here before World War I. But come on, dude.
Desired political ends. But no, that's not true. For Nick, bigotry is the desired political end. He wants to live around white people and not non-white people. And when the simplicity of that position becomes obvious, when Glenn hits that brick wall, he has nothing left to do but kind of concede the point and change the topic.
I'm part of a group that is going extinct, and I don't want to go extinct. You know, I want to thrive.
Yeah, that's probably
there are plenty of Mexicans, bro. What are you talking about?
A universal human instinct.
Mexicans are one of the highest growing demographics in the United States. You aren't going extinct at all.
All right, let me shift gears a little bit and ask about Charlie Kirk.
Yes, Nick, it's very normal to be worried about
even white Hispanics are growing as a demographic.
White extinction, and I know that because this is a normal conversation and you are a normal guy. I'm not gonna lie to you, this was a real source of tension for me as I started to write this video. For totally selfish reasons, I wanted Nick to be this nuanced figure, someone who made tons of really novel points. I wanted Nick to be the person Glenn Greenwald
Why would you want that?
Thought he was talking to, and I actually considered scrapping this entire video when I found
there actually is a lot of nuance and depth to dig into when it comes to Nick Fuentes, but not his politics, right? It's like it's part of the reason I didn't focus on politics in my documentary is because I'm just not in. I don't care. I don't care that Nick says that Hitler is based and that the Holocaust didn't happen and that he loves Stalin. I didn't care about that. I do care that he loves Hitler, Stalin, and Kanye, and he wants to be some weird amalgamation of the three. That is the type of stuff I cared about, and that's what the documentary largely was. If you really want to dig into Nick Fuentes, you got to dig into his character, his personality, his past, right? Fuck his politics. His politics are like they're non-existent for real.
Doubt that he wasn't. In truth, every case
Nick Fuentes started off as a libertarian and he has shed all of his libertarian politics.
Nick Fuentes makes about
literally his political egg was cracked. That was a weird way to phrase that. His political egg was cracked by Thomas Sowell. Like a black man, a black libertarian man is the reason why we have to deal with Nick Fuentes right now. He's the guy who convinced Nick to care about politics.
Politics is extremely simple. For the most part, he starts with a big, audacious claim, one that expresses the emotional reality that bigotry is good, and then he manufactures dumb information and arguments that support that emotion. It's really not that deep. We already saw this with Piers Morgan. Nick begins with these bold claims. There's a white genocide going on. Most black people should be in prison. And all that.
The funniest thing about the Kanye arc, Michael Turk, is that it technically has never ended. We're still on the Kanye arc. There's always a new addition to the Kanye arc every few months or every year or so, right? It's like Kanye West is a recurring supporting character in Nick Fuentes' saga. It's very
that sounds good to Nick's
because he's his role model. That's his idol.
Audience. It gives weight and purpose to their racism and comes off as transgressive and rebellious. But when he actually argues his point, what does it look like? Just a stupid, narrow-minded.
It's like Nick Fuentes' life is a sitcom, and Kanye is like that one. He's the audience's favorite character who every season or two he'll show up for an episode.
Nonsense you'd expect to hear from a Fox News boomer. 5% of black men commit murder. Being on public transit with black people is a lose-lose situation.
If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine.
You should be afraid all the time. That's the thinking man's position.
What is the carousal music in the background? Bro, he's a bread tuber, right? Somebody said,
in a different,
is he just a leftist or is he a straight up bread tuber?
Video from
because this is what bread tubers do. Kind of pretentious. They use classical music in the background, regardless of what they're talking about. Which I guess, if you think it fits, it fits. Personally, I go with video game music because it fits the vibe better for me.
Around 5 months ago, Nick talks about.
Also, it can't be copyrighted. For some reason, video game publishers, right? They don't really give a fuck about you using game music. Even Nintendo, who was notorious for just doing copyright strikes on fucking anything. Like a little kid like just showing their drawing of Mario and Luigi on YouTube might get struck down by Nintendo. Even they don't care about you using their music so long as it's transformative.
How we live in an anarcho-authoritarian state because white people have to follow the law and pay taxes, and black people get to do whatever they want, commit crime.
Increasingly, we live in a state of both anarchy and tyranny. And if you live in a major city, you know what this feels like. Anarchy for them, tyranny for us. Anarchy for the criminals, anarchy for the brown and black people, anarchy for the migrants and the invaders, tyranny for the white people, the law-abiding people, the taxpayers.
And it doesn't make any sense, of course. Crime rates have been going down for decades in America. There is no reason to use such extreme language, act like we're in the nightmare crime zone.
If you drive through certain neighborhoods at night, you will be carjacked. Your car will be stolen out of your driveway. You will be followed home and held up at your home. You will be burglarized. It is like a state of anarchy.
But it's a story that matches the emotional power of Nick's bigotry.
You know what's funny is that Nick Fuentes is technically, no, he's not technically, he's literally a statistic. Nick Fuentes has committed like a crime against somebody, and he had to go. Well, he's committed multiple crimes, but he committed that one crime against that one old bitch who came and rang his doorbell, and he had to turn himself in, and he has a mugshot. So he's actually, Nick is literally a statistic. He's part of the problem that he's talking about, technically.
And that's what really counts. Later on in that video, Fuentes goes on a lengthy tangent about some white guy whose car almost got jacked 3 times and who killed the last...
You know, gripers will say, well, he was defending himself. He was defending his home. Because, you know, of course, that old bitch, that old lady was just gonna, like, she was gonna kick open the door. And she was going to come in there and just choke Nick the fuck out. That's what she was going to do. Meanwhile, a few days later, that one crazy dude who killed his family, he came to Nick's house, the dude in the motorcycle helmet. He came there looking to actually kill Nick. And he rang his doorbell. And he didn't even he rung the doorbell and he called out to Nick. And he patiently waited for him to show up. And Nick, guess what he did? Did he come out there and try and pepper spray the guy? Did he bring out a Glock or something and come to shoot the guy? No, he sat in his fucking room and he was quiet and he stayed still and he waited for the authorities to come and handle it. Because dudes who are actually dangerous, he bitches out. Now when it's old ladies, oh, he'll pull up immediately. Put that bitch in her place.
Person who tried it.
Guy in Denver, Colorado, they try to steal his car 3 times. On the 3rd time, the guy snaps. He gets in his car, he chases them, he kills one of them. They put him in jail for 54 years. Now you say that's a crazy reaction. You don't get in your car and chase somebody shooting out of the car. That's insane. But we have been pushed to this.
I mean, that's kind of different though.
Point. It didn't start
shooting out of the car. That's the thing they got Cain Velasquez for. I know I'm butchering his name, but you know, he's the MMA fighter, Cain. So he had a I'm going to say, first of all, it was a very, very valid crash out that he had, right? Some dude was molesting, I think it was his niece. And so he got into his car and he went out and he chased this dude. He got in a high speed chase, apparently rammed into his car and started shooting at him and shit. Now he ended up getting arrested and he had to be locked up for, I think it was 3 years. Now, the reason he got locked up is because, first off, he was doing a speed chase for, I think it was 20 miles at 100 miles per hour on a very busy road. And then he started shooting at this dude in a school zone, and he didn't even hit the dude he was aiming at. He didn't even hit the pedophile. He hit a different guy. And it's like, okay, well, you kind of have to. Like, obviously, you know, it was a crime of passion. You had a very, very valid reason to crash out. But still, bro, you could have killed a lot of people. If you would have just killed the pedophile, then that would have been one thing. But look, dude, you can't just do that.
That way, the first time that guy had his car almost get stolen, it didn't happen the second time that guy almost got his car stolen, it happened the 3rd time.
He doesn't mention that the murdered boy, Xavier Kirk, was 14 years old and that his friend...
It's why vigilantism is illegal, because it's like, the reason why vigilantism has to be illegal is because majority of people are bad vigilantes. Most people, look, Punisher. The Punisher has a superpower that nobody knows about, or that everybody knows about. The Punisher's superpower is that he has magic bullets that only hit bad people. Like, there's an alignment. There is literally a cosmic alignment in the Marvel universe, like in Dungeons and Dragons, and the Punisher's bullets can only hit people who are lawful evil, neutral evil, or chaotic evil. It cannot hit good people. It's literally impossible, right? But real people, the average person, is not the Punisher. And if they end up trying to shoot somebody who, I don't know, molested their niece or killed a relative or tried to set their house on fire, you know, they're probably going to end up missing and hitting somebody. Well, if somebody's trying to set your house on fire and you shoot them, that's really just self-defense. But, you know, you get what I'm saying. The average person is not a good vigilante. They'll end up getting the wrong guy. They'll miss and they'll hit somebody else. They'll try and run somebody over, and then they cause a traffic incident that hurts or kills tons of people. And this is why we have to give monopoly of force to either people who are in literal self-defense situations or the police, because the average person is retarded, and in most cases, they're just going to end up causing more damage.
Who was also shot in the back was 13. He doesn't mention that Ora Shur, the killer, shot 11 times at these kids as they were running away. I don't think these facts would change Nick's stories. I don't think they would affect him or his audience one way or the other, because Nick's basic goal is to construct a society.
Yeah, also, who gives a fuck if the dude was 14? Like, who cares?
He's so rotten.
Why are 14-year-olds trying to rob somebody's car?
That morals no longer,
like, you know, it was a nigga too, because they only give niggas excuses for this, bro.
Count. A society that necessitates evil.
Get in the car, put the seatbelt on, motherfucker, it's go time. Somebody died.
When I was 14, I knew not to break into cars.
54 years.
Maybe that's just a superpower you get from having a dad.
In prison. It's his fault?
And we can see
it's amazing how much really does depend on a young man. How much really does depend on you just having, if not a father, at least a strong male figure in your life. You need somebody like that. Like, there's so many dudes who are just lost. Now, you know, I'm not going to say that, like, the average dude without a father is violent, but it seems like even if you grow up with, like, a mother who's very well off, like, you grew up in a gated neighborhood, there's just something about a man growing up in a single mother household that's just like, I don't know, something is missing. There's a piece of you that was supposed to develop under a man, and it's going to show when you get older.
The same kind of gesture.
Zircon's son, thank you for $2. Come for the edgy politics, stay for the lol antics. Exactly.
Throughout Nick's politics. Like, let's talk about Jews and Israel. That subject is probably the centerpiece of Fuentes' work. It's a big part of what's catapulted him to such popularity, and it's certainly what puts him most at odds with conservative establishment politics. So let's really try to understand what's going on here. To start off, there are some facts about Israel and Judaism that can make people feel a bit uncomfortable, I think. Perhaps because acknowledging them is seen as some tacit endorsement of people like Nick Fuentes. So just for the record, it is true, obviously, that Jewish people have historically liked Israel quite a lot, that Zionism as a movement was constructed for and by Jews, that Zionist lobbying organizations like AIPAC have a significant amount of political influence and are driven mostly by Jewish funding. And you can imagine a version of Nick Fuentes who mainly...
This is what I was talking about earlier in my last stream, where some dude was like, you can't say shit about Jews. No, bro, it's like, it's open season on, like, the Zionists specifically. All of the things that used to be conspiracy theories, like, what? No, there's no lobby that exists just to push Zionist Jewish interests for Israel. That doesn't, everybody knows it's real now, and everybody talks about it openly, even the bread tuber type niggas. So it's like, no, that's not a thing. You're allowed to do that now.
Makes these kinds of points, right?
Which I guess dissident right W. But it didn't happen because of the dissident right, right? Here's the thing. I can't even say it's a dissident right W, because it didn't happen because the dissident right was so good at convincing people about the JQ. It happened because Israel, the shit with Gaza happened, and they ended up just basically ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip, just bombing every hospital, every orphanage, every school, of whatever, just doing just terrible things. Literally, we literally have on video, they captured a Palestinian dude, and Jewish JSDF soldiers are just raping him. Like, they were just fucking Israeli soldiers were just like raping a nigga on camera. And that's the reason why everybody got red pilled on Israel. It had nothing to do with the dissident right. Israel was just like really, really shit for like a couple years in a row. And everybody's like, what the fuck?
Normal guy saying normal facts who everybody just hates for no reason. This certainly seems like what Glenn Greenwald was angling for.
Why do you consider Israeli influence and the influence of the Jewish lobby so much more of a problem than these other kinds of sort of distractions that people on the right are trying to sell to people to make them forget about Israel.
And it makes me wonder if Glenn watched even one moment of Nick talking before having him on his show and gassing him up. The thing is, this is just not how bigotry works. Nick Fuentes cannot be happy dealing with basic, straightforward statements about reality, about Israel, because what's at stake for him is a much more totalizing vision of international Jewry than those facts would allow. Nick Fuentes doesn't like Jewish people, and his reasons for this position are, for the most part, quite simple. In a video from 3 years ago, he talks about how Jews shouldn't be allowed to have political power in America. And there, his main reason was that they're liberal and pro-abortion, and so go against his Christian theocratic impulses.
Doesn't that matter?
I mean, that's not really true.
Matter?
I mean, that's true for some Jews. There are some Jews who are conservative as fuck, and you know, they're more conservative about that shit than the average Christian these days are.
Jews don't consider abortion to always be wrong, that Jews don't consider a lot of these things to always be wrong. That's changing the fundamental character of our Christian nation and of our Christian civilization. We're never going to save society if we're being ruled by judges that don't think that abortion is wrong.
A month ago, he went on the Hodge Twins podcast and spoke about how Jews hate Jesus and think Jesus Christ is boiling.
Also, hold up, this ain't even true, for real, because literally, I don't know, man, Roe versus Wade got struck down. So it didn't even, like, what are you talking about?
An excrement in hell.
They say that Jesus Christ is there in hell, boiling in excrement and semen. That's what the Talmud says.
Man, that's gotta hurt. You gotta be lying.
Look it up, Babylonian Talmud.
Really?
They hate Jesus.
And one must ask if Nick has ever met a real person who said any of that stuff. You know, when you're trying to have fun with...
I mean, I don't know. Hold up, bro. Hold up.
Man, that's gotta hurt. You gotta be lying.
Look it up, Babylonian Talmud.
Really?
They hate Jesus.
And one must ask...
Okay, so they hate Jesus. Okay, that's a generalized statement. But that shit about the Talmud, bro, that's not necessarily untrue, Joel. You're gonna say that's not real?
If Nick has ever met a real person who said any of that stuff.
I mean, is it in the Talmud, though? Is it in the Talmud, though?
You know, when you're trying to have...
I mean, you can say, oh, he's never met anybody who said any of that stuff. I mean, is it in the Talmud, though? I mean, you could say that, like, the average Jew doesn't believe that shit, but still, is it in that book, though?
Fun with your friends, but somebody asks what happened to Jesus. A few months ago, Nick...
It's like the average Christian doesn't believe you should kill, like, you know, gay people, but it's like, is the story of, like, Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible? Like, that's irrefutable. So it's like, we can argue about what the people who believe a certain religion actually, how they practice that religion, but when it comes down to scripture, what does the scripture specifically say?
Responded to Elon Musk tweeting that Jews are white people.
And because you could say that Nick's take there, his Nick's takes there was kind of hateful and it was wrong and misguided. But was he actually saying about the Talmud 100% like incorrect?
Elon Musk replies and says, Jews are white. They're actually the peak whites in the world.
And he acts really high and mighty about it too.
A lot of them are.
Gives off real...
There are blonde hair, blue-eyed Jews out here.
Like, it's not my job to educate...
Laura Loomer was trying to get impregnated by some.
You vibes.
None of them wanted, though.
And I read stuff like that and I think, so does he just not know?
Laura Loomer has been trying for years to get her some Aryan dick. Nobody wants that pussy.
No, or is he lying? Because those are really the only options.
Jews did mass immigration to the West, and they did it as revenge.
Nobody wants to have a piece of that Ashkenazi IQ and those big Jewish tits. So she says.
They don't care if our country's flooded with immigrants. They don't care if Europe is flooded with immigrants. As a matter of fact, they want it. It's their punishment.
Some crazy rabbi said that France had the Notre Dame fire coming to them, and that's a very normal belief among Jews.
When the Notre Dame Cathedral burned, probably at the hands of Muslims, rabbis were rubbing their hands together and saying it was revenge for the Disputation of Paris.
When you're just trying to vibe with your buddies, but somebody asks how you feel about the Notre Dame fire. This is most of what Nick Fuentes cares about. Jewish conspiracism and antagonism toward Western Christendom is very central to his ideology.
And the way both of those things that Nick said didn't have any source for him. Like, were there any fucking Jews literally just, I don't know, fucking mushing their hands together like, oh, that's what those goyim get? Also, was there a Muslim who set the fire at the cathedral? If there was, then okay. But it could have also just have been an accident.
He talks about global politics.
Like, it happens.
And Israel.
You'd be shocked how many accidental fires just happen.
Basically,
a vast majority of fires that end up destroying shit, even the big ones, are just accidents.
Exist to affirm that emotional core. To produce Israel.
Like, there are a lot of, this is the reason why whenever a wildfire happens and it turns out it was caused by a person, they'll rape that guy. They'll give that guy tons of time, or they'll make him pay some insane fines, because you can do a lot of damage just accidentally starting a wildfire, especially in places like California.
Not as a country, but as the cautionary tale of organized Jewry. To this end, Nick will sometimes say basically true stuff. AIPAC has a lot of money. Larry Ellison, the CEO of Oracle and the guy who recently acquired TikTok, is close friends with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Larry Ellison is one of the richest men in the world, net worth that is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. He's given tens of millions of dollars to the IDF. And he's a personal friend of Benjamin Netanyahu.
And you can watch that and nod and think, wow, this guy's cooking. Sometimes Nick will get into this very reductive view of history. The only reason the US supports Israel—
Wait, IDF? Holy shit. Why did I say IDF was the JSDF? I was thinking like Japanese Self-Defense Force. JSDF in the context of Israel. What, I called it the fucking Jewish Self-Defense Force? Like, okay, it is. Mostly it's Jewish. There are some Christians and Muslims in there too, and some Druze, right? But no, it is the IDF.
It's because of Jewish—
You know what's funny, right? Is that if you were to call, whenever anybody calls Israel like a Jewish ethno-state, which I don't think there's a problem. I don't think there's a problem with Jews having their own ethno-state necessarily. I don't think that, so long as it wasn't like ethnically cleansed, some ethnic cleansing shit happened for it to happen, I don't think there's a problem with any state being majority one ethnicity. I don't think there's a problem with Chinese or Japanese or Scandinavians, Germans having their own states that are mostly just them, right? But it's like, whenever you say that, they'll get like really upset, because remember, ethno-states are bad, or so they say. So they'll say, no, we have Christians and Muslims and Arabs and Jewish Arabs, and we have Druze and shit like that. But then it's like, whenever you say something like, let's say somebody says something like, death to Israel, or I hate Israel, or I can't wait for Israel to be destroyed, then they're like, why do you hate Jews? Well, hold up, bro. You said that Israel wasn't a Jewish ethno-state. You said that Israel was made up of all sorts of people, that it was a diverse country. Why is it whenever anybody talks like crazy about Israel, you immediately start like getting defensive about Jews in particular? What about the Israeli Christians? What about the Israeli Muslims? What about the Israeli Druze? How come you only bring them up when you want to bring up the fact that Israel isn't an ethno-state? But when anybody wants to say some shit about Israel, then you're like, well, why do you hate Jews so much? I thought you weren't an ethno-state. How am I just hating Jews when I'm talking about Israel if Israel isn't a Jewish ethno-state? Should I say death to America? That doesn't just mean niggas or white people. That means everybody in it. I don't know. It's weird.
Influence, blackmail, and manipulation.
It's ours. It's our country. But it feels like it has been hijacked. It feels like it is being exploited. It's being exploited for the benefit of another country, and they use blackmail, intimidation, bribery to achieve these ends. They do it in DC. They do it in New York. They do it in the smoky corridors of power.
The only reason America got into the Iraq War was to protect Israel, and that was done at the behest of Jews.
What does Israel do for us specifically?
Specifically, I wouldn't be able to tell what Iraq does for us specifically either. No, I don't know.
So I don't know. Okay, well, the answer is nothing. And the answer is nothing.
We had no business in Iraq in 2003. We had no business in Iraq in 2011. It matters. Of course it matters. And here's why. My contention, of course, is that we were led to Iraq by Jewish Zionists.
The only time I've seen Nick fully argue that—
I can actually tell you what Iraq does do for us, really. It's basically a forward base now, because the aim was to basically encircle, at least from the east and south, encircle Iran as best we can. That was also the reason we went into Afghanistan. The reason was always to encircle and contain Iran, and also to a certain degree Russia. That is the point. That is the point of also NATO. That's why Putin was still wrong. The Russians were still wrong to just invade Ukraine. But when their dangers about the Americans, they're trying to use Ukraine to just bottle us in and contain us and surround us. Like, yeah, yes, nigga, of course. That is America's MO. We're trying to do the same thing with fucking China, with South Korea and Taiwan and Japan. Yes, we want to bottle you up. We want to have maximum influence. We want to control every fucking sea, every corner of the ocean. That's the same reason why Trump wanted Greenland, because we wanted the fucking Arctic too. We want to control all of this bitch, or at least the US government does. So yes, that's the reason why we're in Iraq.
Latter case was in a 3-year-old conversation with Destiny, the liberal streamer, and it's hard to find usable clips of it because so much of it is it's literally like this.
Always none of these things are remotely similar to each other.
If I laugh, it looks like I'm not losing. If I laugh, it looks like I don't have a completely naive worldview.
Nick did kill Destiny in this debate.
Real.
So these are,
I'll be honest, Nick won most of his debates against Destiny.
Arguments that only function because inconvenient evidence is discarded. It doesn't matter.
That's not that big of a prestige, to be honest, beating Destiny in a debate. A lot of people think it is because Destiny, he kind of pads. Destiny is really a stat patter when it comes to debates. He's one of those boxers, right? He's one of those boxers who's like, they're 35-0, and you're like, oh my God, this guy must be the future Muhammad Ali. He must be the future Mike Tyson, right? He must be one of the GOATs. And it's like, no, it's because he was fighting trash cans for 25 of those fights. And then he ends up fighting another top-ranked guy, and he gets destroyed. He gets pieced up. And that's basically Destiny. He's the debate bro equivalent of that.
That the Middle East is a wealthy and strategically important region filled with countries that have at various times opposed the US or allied themselves with the USSR or Russia. You know, Egypt, Syria, Iraq. It doesn't matter that America has for a long time now been in the business of extending and safeguarding its sphere of influence in Korea and Vietnam and Europe and Latin America. We don't need to consider major reasons Bush and Cheney wanted the Iraq War, post 9/11 fervor, the desire to control the Persian Gulf and its oil. It doesn't matter that the faction of neoconservative Jewish people in Bush's administration who supported the war by no means represented the broad American Jewish community, who overwhelmingly opposed the invasion. We never even have to ask, does America's agenda so often intersect with that of Israel because Israel is, in part, an expression of American power? No, to Nick, Jews are the final boss.
I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know about that.
Of politics. Represented the broad American Jewish community, who overwhelmingly opposed the invasion. We never even have to ask, does America's agenda so often intersect with that of Israel because Israel is, in part, an expression of American power?
I don't know, bro. I don't know about that one.
No, to Nick, Jews are the final boss of politics, the end of every conversation. Jews want American military power and regime change, and they get what they want, and so anything that takes away from that point must be a distraction or a lie.
We hate that our country is being held hostage by this transnational gang.
And sometimes Nick verges into this kind of delusional sludge. In his interview with Bradley Martin, he talks about how Israel might become a stronger nation than the US because they plan and scheme so much.
So you could say Israel's a tiny fledgling country with little weapons.
Literally impossible.
Compared to us.
Literally, actually, one of the most retarded geopolitical takes I've ever heard. Israel becoming more popular. Demographics just alone would make that impossible. Israel is a little ass state, and that's the reason why they have to do conscription and mobilize so much of their population, including the women. Like, that's impossible. The only way for Israel to become more, and this is another problem. This is another problem with the whole greater Israel plan that people keep saying Israel wants to do. Okay, Israel manages to do the greater Israel plan, and they get like a big chunk of the rest of the Levant and Iran and all this other shit. What are they going to do with all those non-Jewish people or, you know, whoever who aren't loyal to Israel or the Israeli cause? What are they going to do with that? Right? It's impossible. Israel's not going to be able to run a big multi-ethnic state, or maybe they can. It's going to end up collapsing just like fucking Yugoslavia did or Austria-Hungary did. It's ridiculous.
But who's more powerful? A very open, short-term minded country without any long-term plans, without cohesion?
Well, obviously, it's the country with the most powerful military on Earth, and that's a gajillion times bigger in terms of everything than the little country in the Levant who can't even beat Hamas after bombing literally every building in the Gaza Strip for years.
Without a kind of national plan?
Like, Iran The Iran war, and also like even that little thing that happened earlier, that little thing that happened with Iran before where we just dropped a few bombs on them and they dropped a lot of bombs on Israel and it was a problem. It's been shown that if Israel had to go 1-to-1 with Iran just alone, and it couldn't just, it would have to use nukes. Israel, there's no reality where Israel could even beat Iran by itself. But Iran is more popular than, look, bro, we can say Israel has a lot of crazy influence and all that shit. The idea that Israel is more like this is just Jewish paranoia, I mean, on Nick's part. No, Israel ain't like that, bro. Israel has a crazy amount of influence in domestic American politics, especially in American geopolitical politics. But Israel is not that strong, bro.
Country that
Calm
is
down.
extremely tight-knit, extremely...
Yeah, he thinks it's Jewish Wakanda. Like, they got these wonder weapons, and they're just the most powerful, unstoppable nation on Earth. No, they aren't, dude.
Organized, has influence in many capitals, is spread out and dispersed.
If they were really like that, then they wouldn't have to keep asking for money from us.
And how they might, just as a for instance, one day put explosives in American phones the way they did with Hezbollah beepers.
In 2020...
And another thing, right? Okay, the Samson option. Let's say Samson option, 100% a thing. I mean, obviously, it will be any country on Earth with nukes. If they're really that fucking threatened, would eventually have to use nukes. It's like, well, otherwise I'm just gonna lose. You're gonna conquer me and I'm gonna be partitioned, or you're gonna take a huge chunk of my country or some shit like that. I'll have to use nukes. But the Samson option, if Israel uses the Samson option, yeah, a lot of people are gonna die. It's mostly just gonna be like the end of Israel. Like, who could they actually, does Israel even have enough nukes? Like, maybe another small country, maybe they could take out Palestine. Maybe Palestine and a good chunk of Syria. But there are enough people with, like, there are enough countries that are bigger than Israel and have more nukes than Israel that they could really just nuke Israel by the time Israel can do any real damage with all of their nukes.
24.
Like, it wouldn't even be mutual. It wouldn't actually be mutually guaranteed destruction. It would really just be a lot of people get hurt, but mostly just Israel is gone.
Israel goes to war against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and they detonate the pagers. Now, you consider that in America, many of our tech companies are deeply involved with Israel. If they can listen in
okay.
and on Hezbollah's
Israel has over 109 nukes.
Pagers and then blow them up. You think they don't have an insurance policy on us? Now, it's not to say, I'm sure there's not a bomb in my iPhone right now, but would you trust them to make your iPhone?
It's a bit frightening to think about, I won't lie, but crazy things do happen. Arguments like this represent a kind of unfettered window into Nick's mind, I think. Jews here are a force so sinister that reality, even a simplified or distorted reality, cannot possibly match the story in his head. And so we must resign ourselves to the psycho—
See, this is true. What Joel is saying here is true. Nick is like, he has Jew derangement syndrome. He has Hebrew derangement syndrome. He thinks that Jews are just— I said this earlier in a tweet that the problem with the JQ files is that they're so crazy when it comes to Jews that the end result of their theories is just that Jews are just this super overpowered race and they're the only ones with agency, and there's literally nothing you could ever do to stop them. There's literally nothing that you could ever do to stop Jews from doing whatever they want, or brainwashing all the white people, or starting World War III. They're gonna do it anyway. This is what you have to believe if you're somebody like Nick Fuentes and you take this shit to that level.
Future.
It's not even, like, it goes from, it's such a level. It's a level of anti-Semitism that's so extreme that it flips around and becomes like philo-Semitism. Like, you go from hating Jews so much, you end up making them like demigods who are unstoppable.
Many Americans in the last few years have come to dislike Israel, and they do so mostly because of a moral argument, because Israel has committed and continues to commit horrible atrocities against the people of Palestine. That's obviously true for the left, and also very likely true for the right. And that's because the moral argument is the one that makes sense, because it's about something that definitely exists and matters a lot, because it concerns crimes against humanity that the United States has funded and—
Give me a minute, guys. I have a call. All right. Sorry about that.
Facilitated. And it's not as though Nick never makes this argument, never discusses Gaza with moral conviction.
Israel is, in
Sorry to have stopped you on that frame, by the way. That's my bad.
no uncertain terms, committing a genocide and an ethnic cleansing in Gaza.
But for the most part, he basically hijacks that sentiment to do what he usually does, sell his audience emotionally affirming victim slop.
I'm not gonna lie, the exploding pages trick that Israel did, that was some good shit, right? I mean, good shit. It was like, it was brutal shit, but it was very clever. That was a very clever trick that they pulled. It's not that, like, part of the reason why they could do it in the first place is because they use pagers. It's because they have no choice. They could never do some shit like this with the United States because America isn't a poor country. America isn't a poor country, and we don't have to use fucking pagers and shit to communicate because there's no other way for us to communicate without somebody hacking our lines or some shit like that. We don't have to do that.
Justified.
America actually spends too much money per soldier.
With mind demons.
It's insane.
And
like the amount of money that the American military uses on, say, one fucking squad is like a lot of countries. It's like a quarter of a lot of countries' whole military budget.
Sourced information. Nick Fuentes recently had a conversation with the original founder of the Proud Boys, Gavin McInnes. So Gavin is a...
Oh, why do people keep bringing that up? Why do people keep bringing up that Gavin McInnes used to be affiliated with the Proud? Nigga, that's so over with. What the fuck type of socks is he wearing? What is this? What are those? What are those, Nick? What's that shit right there you got? What is he wearing, dude? He can't dress normal. Why is he like this? Oh, wait. Then again, Gavin's wearing weird socks either. Maybe it's a power move. Maybe this is just like a dude that when you get conservative enough or you become enough of a conservative grifter, you just start wearing weird socks. Maybe the Quartering also wears socks like this. Anyway, nobody gives a fuck that Gavin used to be part of the Proud Boys or used to hang out with people who were... Nobody cares anymore, dude.
Kind of Israel free.
This nigga keeps bringing up old shit that nobody cares about anymore.
He thinks Muslims are bad and that it would be good if Israel conquered the Middle East.
I saw you talking recently about how if Israel had its way, it would...
Well, wait, was he really? Yes, he was. But here's the thing, right? And this is a story I heard from Red Bar, is that one time Red Bar, he was hanging out with Gavin, and he was talking about the Proud Boys, right? And Red Bar was like, hey, Gavin, these guys are kind of insane. And I think they actually take this stuff a lot more seriously than you do. Because as we know, the dude who actually does run the Proud Boys, he got arrested for some Jan 6 type shit, and he had to be in prison. He had to be in prison for a while, which is very interesting. Very interesting that guy ended up having to go to prison for Jan 6 shit. But Nick Fuentes, who was literally there telling everybody to bust open the barricades and everybody inside, all the politicians inside should live in fear, he got to go home and brag about it and say that he would never disavow it. And nothing happened to him. Groypers love to say, well, of course Nick didn't get punished. He didn't go inside. Several people didn't go inside the fucking Capitol building, but they still got arrested for Jan 6 related shit, except for Nick Fuentes. Oh, and Elijah Schaffer, who also went inside of Nancy Pelosi's office. But yeah, anyway, Gavin was talking to Red Bar about some shit relating to the Proud Boys. And Gavin's response to Red Bar very reasonably telling him, maybe you should like be more selective about how much you're going to be affiliated with guys like this. Gavin's reaction was like, these are my fucking friends, Mike. These are my fucking friends. And you know, what happened. So
just take over Lebanon and Egypt and Jordan. And I'm like, good.
So Jews are the Doge of the Middle East, basically. Like, that's just the way that one might explain it. Jews would be the Doge.
I see Israel.
Kinda. Well, at least Israel is. Oh my God. He looks so fucking fat. Oh, he looks so fat, bruh. Oh, he looks so fucking fat in this. You can't hide it there. You can't angle fry your way out of this one, Nick. Nah, I got you this time, fat nigga. You're so fucking... Oh, dude, we're saving that one. That is being used later. Thumbnail for a stream. Thumbnail for a future video. I'm using that. Fat ass. Mexican genetics couldn't save you that time. They came out. You couldn't hide them that time, buddy. Sorry. Okay, so what the fuck was I saying? I got off track. I actually got distracted. Oh, the fatness, it blinded me. It distracted me by how fat he is. Okay, shit, what was I saying? Yeah, Israel basically is kind of like, they are, in a sense, what Venice was, the Republic of Venice was, to medieval, high medieval, to Renaissance era Italy, which is they're just this one city-state that, yeah, they're small, but they have a disproportionate amount of influence in their region compared to everybody else. And it's kind of a problem, and they kind of dominate their neighbors and whatnot. So that actually is a pretty good, they're not the Doge per se, but like the top Doge, right? Like Benjamin Netanyahu, he's the top Doge out of all the other Doges in the Middle East, definitely.
Israel is Doge, and I see Islam as corruption and wasting money.
You might expect Nick to be hostile.
Dave, thank you for the £5. The exploding pagers was a supply chain attack. Hezbollah failed to do basic OPSEC. Gulf states do spookier stuff. Look up Project Raven. Yeah, it was just Hezbollah just being poor and dumb because they aren't a professional military. They're just, that's really the tell about them being a terrorist organization, is that they don't act like a professional military. See, now the dude who runs Syria right now, that guy is a terrorist turned professional military leader. He actually carried himself. He abandoned a lot of that whole irregular warfare shit behind and fixed his shit. And look where it got him. Now he's actually running the country and whatnot. Baez was right. Thank you for $1.99. Rip Mikey couldn't defend Israel well enough. Hey, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to get that dual Israeli citizenship. Brainiac Computer, thank you for $1.99. So what gay ops is Nick up to now? We'll probably learn in a couple months. Copper Kings, thank you for $10. Shout out to Mikey from the 313. What up, though? Bomberman Hero was my staple N64 game growing up. The soundtrack from Jun Chikuma is goated. Some of the best DMB tracks ever made. I love drum and bass, bro. I love it. Christ Hiss, thank you for $1.99. Schaefer also went into Sarah stock. Oh, we can't forget.
In this conversation, Gavin is, after all, acting as his ultimate political foil, the true apologist for Jewish cabal.
Like this fear of what if Israel gets so much power? Islam's got it. Islam's in our government right now.
There should be some fireworks. But no, Nick is friendly. He recycles his arguments about the threat Israel presents, talks about how they might put bombs in our phones, though here calls that idea cartoonish for some reason.
And so that in this world of spying, espionage, intelligence, and especially autonomous systems and drones, you wonder, do we get to a point where Israel flips a switch and the iPhones explode? Or, and that's like a cartoon.
Can't we focus on what if Saudi Arabia gets money?
But even with these enormous...
That's a very good point. That was a good point from Gavin. That's a good point. What if Saudi Arabia does it? What if Qatar does it? Which, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of Zionists go to. They hate Qatar. They hate Qatar because Qatar has basically been doing what Israel has been doing for way longer, which is just using all of their money and resources to just bribe American politicians and institutions and businesses to be more favorable of them. They're just better at it because they have more money than Israel. So, that's why they're mad. They're basically just mad because Qatar is being their top competition for being America's best friend in the Middle East, and they don't like that.
Claims being thrown around, the tone is always patient and amiable. You would never guess that these two are ideological opponents on the issue Nick holds closest to his heart.
I don't think you hate Muslims enough. That's my problem with you.
Yes, Gavin literally, by the way, that was not a joke. Gavin literally did stick something up in his ass, like live, like on the show. He did do that.
I hate Muslims.
The truth is, Nick and Gavin have more that unites them than that separates them, and I think they're aware.
One of the few times when Nick Fuentes was coming face to face with a dude with more gay allegations than him.
Of this fact.
It's not even really allegations though. Like he literally stuck something up his ass. Like
after all, both men design their politics around bigotry. Both agree that the world is best understood as a battle of races, and both speak in deranged and grandiose terms.
And look at what these fucking sheiks do. When they get their billions, they drive cars on two wheels, they face fuck our women, they're barber pirates all over again, they just bring them over with money.
Nick would never bring up the ethnic cleansing of Gaza.
I mean, look, bro, if a woman is like letting a dude just face fuck her because he like makes it rain over her, do you even want that to be your woman? Do you even want a woman who's just like let a dude treat her like a toilet just because he throws some money at her? Surely you want a woman who lets a dude treat her like a toilet because she's in love, right?
Conversation with Gavin McInnes.
If it's behind closed doors and you're really in love, then being treated like a toilet is low-key kind of beautiful.
Even though it would obviously be appropriate, he never argued that Israel conquering the Middle East would be wrong because conquering and killing is wrong. Because to do so would betray a kind of humanitarian impulse that has no place here. What do you mean people have rights? Who gives a shit? We are important men, and we're here to talk about racial interests and white victimhood.
What if America had all the same values, Christian and everything, but they were all Pajites? And it's like, you can't do that. Like, your hypothetical is too obtuse for me to think about it.
But that's where it's going.
Yeah.
And while one says that the true antagonist of the West is the Arabs and the other says it's the Jews, the precise shape of bigotry is ultimately less important than bigotry.
He was so fat in this interview, bro.
Itself. This is Nick when he's not forced to be contemptuous and bad faith by the mainstream media. These are his beliefs on a good day when everyone is nice to him and just trying their best to learn. And it's nothing. It's a boring, empty husk. But here's the thing. Sure, you can look at Fuentes and point to the fact that he has bad, shallow politics and move on with your day, but does that really give us the full story? I don't think so. Like, a big theme of Nick Fuentes' political career right now is people taking him like really seriously. There's a broad question that hangs over American conservative politics. Is this man the future? There are tons of largely positive conversations.
Is there really? Like, is Nick Fuentes the future? I don't hear that out of anybody unless it's a left-wing publication trying to push a narrative or one of Nick's followers, right? I don't really hear that out of anybody else. Nick Fuentes is the future. The future of what? Like, it's one thing if it's one thing if, say, Con Inc., right? If the Republican apparatus, like, they don't fuck with you. That's one thing. Because they didn't fuck with Trump. And then Trump just came in and he just bullied them into submission, basically. He dumped on all of their top guys and he got the nomination and they had no choice but to fall in line, right? They had to get with the program. This was MAGA country now and Trump was running the show. So it's one thing, but Nick doesn't even have that sort of cult following that somebody like Trump was able to manifest. He does have a cult, definitely, but only in his own little sphere. The average person, especially the average person on the right, does not fuck with Nick Fuentes. It's just a narrative.
He's had, of course, with Greenwald and McInnes.
It's just a narrative they keep pushing.
But also with
It's so people like Big Joel will ask the question like it's a real thing that's happening. No, it's not.
Tucker Carlson, Jack Neal, Dave Smith. Even in the Pierce Morgan conversation, there's a sense of...
It's like when Destiny fans, right? DGGers, they go ask like, man, I don't understand why people don't see that Destiny is the future. That he's going to be the guy, he's going to be the top guy on the left. No, he's not. He's a fucking degenerate with all these. It's not just if he was a degenerate, right? Because there are a lot of people right now in politics who are degenerates. But he has too many scandals. He's legitimately retarded on a lot of issues. He's just not popular outside of his own little sphere of influence. And all these dudes, these Fuenteses, these Destinies, these Hassans, their fans don't understand that their top guy, their favorite internet political man is not going to be the top guy in any political party just because you like them a lot.
Self-importance to the whole thing.
How much you like your favorite political influencer is not going to translate to real life. I'm sorry.
Morgan introduces this interview as some examination of Nick Fuentes' beliefs.
I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe.
But what about Nick's beliefs require examination? And how does Pierce actually examine them? The guy has fairly simple beliefs and he spends multiple hours every day elaborating on them on his own. Why are we acting like it's all a big secret? Like the public record needs to be cleared up in some way. And look, it's not some great mystery.
The future of Fox News in a few years, that was originally Nick's plan. Nick's plan, if he had just stayed on the plantation, right? And said Israel is good, or so he says. That's the reason why Ben Shapiro, you cut that boy out, send him back into the streets where he came from. if he had just like did what Ben Shapiro wanted him to do, he would probably have a future spot on Fox News or someplace like that. You know, he would have it. It would all be set. But, you know, he wasn't down with that.
Why this is happening.
But that's according to Nick. According to Cassie Dillon, the actual reason why they let Nick go was because he was just a cunt and he sucked to work with, which actually makes a lot. I don't know. I believe that more because that's basically what ended the relationship between him and James Alsop. It was just that he was a cunt and he burned the bridge with James for literally no reason besides the fact that he had an attitude problem and he has a giant ego. So I could 100% believe Cassie that no, it wasn't because he doesn't like Israel. He's just an asshole.
Nick,
I mean, that's the common thing with pretty much every reason why Nick's relationships end up failing. It's almost never because of politics, like Nick says. It's almost always because Nick is just a cunt and he sucks.
He's a hot, sexy new guy. He's dangerous and dissident, and people like to watch him. And besides, some of these people are probably bigoted themselves, so it just makes sense for them to be nice to Fuentes. But still, that does leave the question open, what is Nick doing so right? What makes him in particular a magnet for this kind of attention? People...
No, James and Nick split because it was because of a PC, right? So Nick's current setup was shit because he was poor, because he didn't work a regular job, right? So what James Alsop, being the nice guy that he did, who was doing most of the work, by the way, at America First Media, what he decided to do, he decided to take some money from America First Media's funds and spend it so Nick could get his own PC. Now, Nick was very impatient about this PC that literally he wasn't even paying for real, right? It was not coming directly out of his pocket. It was basically a favor that James was doing him for. James and another guy called Matt, who was also working behind the scenes on shit, they weren't answering his replies enough. So he got very pissy and started acting like a baby, calling them, you know, fags and all sorts of shit and whatnot. So James literally just said, hey, bro, I'll get you the PC. Just chill out. And then, like, he snaked them. He ended America First Media. He snaked both James and Matt. And he said that they're the guys who burned it all down. And also that James Alsop had doxed his sister, even though that literally wasn't true because the photos that Nick said were doxings of his sister had been publicly available on his family's Facebook page since like Christmas of last year. It was all a bullshit lie. This is how Nick's career began, with him destroying a professional relationship over some bullshit and lying, right? And that's been the most consistent thing about him for the past decade, that he's just a liar, a bridge burner, and an egomaniac who can't work with anybody because he's a giant cunt. That's it.
Must see something in Nick Fuentes, so what is it?
Oh, he's so quirky. So quirky with his editing, man.
In December of 2025, Coleman Hughes, a podcaster for the Free Press, made a video called Nick Fuentes Knows Exactly What He's Doing.
How has Fuentes achieved this remarkable infiltration into the culture? Well, it's all been made possible by the fact that he's successful.
Has he? Remarkable infiltration. Here's what happened. People just kept inviting him on.
Fully playing a double game.
In it, he makes the case that
It's not that deep. Look, bro, here's what happened, right? You have a handler. You have one guy who's like, we need Nick Fuentes to be big. We need him. We need to be able to latch him on to the greater right. So we have this big target that we can put on their back that we can take aim at because he's anti-Semitic and he denies the Holocaust. And, you know, he's a Nazi and a white nationalist, despite the fact he's not even white and all that shit, right? So they start by pushing up all these, they make all these articles and publications, just miraculous. It's like Gamergate, actually. Nick Fuentes going mainstream, all these publications making articles that basically said the same thing at about the same time, suspiciously like Gamergate, almost like it was coordinated. So the first guy, obviously, that guy gets Nick on because somebody who's connected to these people tell him to bring him on. And then another guy who may have been connected to somebody who suggested they bring Nick on, brings Nick on. And from then it's just a domino effect because everybody else wants their piece of Nick Fuentes because he's the hotness right now. He's the hot shit. Everybody wants him on their podcast. And that's basically how that worked. It's not that complicated. It's not that deep. It was astroturfing, or at least it was partially astroturfing.
Are essentially two Nick Fuenteses. The one who appears on Rumble and acts like a crazy person, and the one who appears on podcasts and acts relatively normal.
Why do Rumble Nick and Podcast Nick seem to be two totally different people?
And as you might predict from the title...
Oh, Joel agrees with everything I'm saying? Well, okay.
Hughes concludes with the idea that this is all likely an intentional ploy from Fuentes.
Rumble Nick energizes his core fans by attacking minorities, attacking women, and attacking America. And then Podcast Nick runs interference with the wider media, framing his sincerely racist rants as out-of-context clips.
He captures audiences by seeming nice and then radicalizes them by being nasty. This video was influential in its own narrow way. It's important to Fuentes' studies. It's referenced explicitly by Piers Morgan at the beginning of his conversation with Nick, and I think...
Is Joel on drugs? I don't think so. I think he just looks like that.
Piers actually gets...
It's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate.
It's a few of his talking points straight from Hughes.
You have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble.
Unfortunately, I don't think the video is so good. For one thing, Hughes just gets stuff wrong. Like, he says there's this big contradiction between Nick saying that having babies is important and his saying that women are annoying.
If his main fear is that the next generation of Americans won't be white enough, then why does he tell his followers that modern women are too annoying to bother with, and that married men are cucks? Shouldn't he be encouraging?
That's not contradictory at all. That's basically what Afghanis believe, or at least what the Taliban believes. That's basically what the Taliban believes. American women are annoying and they're useless, but we still need them for reproduction.
His followers to.
That's why you have so many Taliban leaders, right? Like, they'll have children because women are for production, but also they want to fuck. But, you know, since women aren't for fucking, women aren't for pleasure, women are just for reproduction, what they do is they get themselves a butt boy. They basically get themselves a femboy who they fuck, right, for pleasure. And then the women just stay inside and take care of the children and have the children because they're for reproduction. This is basically what Nick Fuentes wants in life. Nick Fuentes just wants to have himself a little femboy who he can have fun with. And then he'll reluctantly get a woman pregnant for reproduction reasons and to continue the white race.
Get along with women, marry, be fruitful, and multiply?
Yeah, bachabazi.
The immigrants he's so worried about will certainly be doing just that.
Weird remark there about immigrants being so fecund, but leaving that aside, it's just a silly thing to say. Yes, you can hate women and people of color at the same time, and that's all that Nick Fuentes does.
Yeah, all these people posting this, like, wife and husband content. It's so funny when my wife tells me to do stuff. I'm such a pussy. Ugh.
You may personally believe that those two goals are at cross purposes in some way.
He LARPs like a Catholic, but Nick really, really has way more in common with, like, jihadist Muslim. Like, for real.
Hey, but that doesn't mean they're actually...
His opinions on the age of consent, his opinions on women, his opinions on sexuality, his opinions on marriage, his opinions on a lot of things. It's just like, not even moderate Islam, but just like the most extreme versions of Islam that are acted on by the Taliban or ISIS or some shit like that.
Contradictory. And besides, Nick never actually says that white people should have more babies. His one and only solution for white extinction is mass deportations.
I'm America first. I'm a nationalist. I'm a Christian. My program is I want to end mass migration. I want mass deportations.
So this is just a CinemaSin style Nick Fuentes ding. Later on, Hughes says this.
Podcast Nick will tell you that he's celibate because, like a good Catholic, he's waiting until marriage. But Rumble Nick will make it crystal clear that his celibacy has nothing to do with religion and everything to do with the fact that he finds women to be, quote, fucking annoying.
And it's wrong on a few levels. Nick doesn't often say on podcasts that he's a virgin because of Catholicism, and when he does, he makes it clear that that's not the whole answer. On the Hodge Twins podcast, Nick does say that he's a virgin because of his Christianity, but goes on to clarify that the real reason is that he's just kind of an autistic guy.
Yeah, well, I'm Catholic, so I'm waiting for marriage, but also, you know, I'm kind of like an autistic guy. I don't want to totally...
Yeah, he's autistic, guys. That's the reason he's not married.
Because
it's autism.
I feel like it's kind of
type of autism that makes you want to, you know, be obsessed with catboys and, you know, save all these pictures and
a cop out to say,
take weird photos of your sleeping straight friend that he doesn't know about.
Well, I'm just religious. There's a lot of religious people. You know, they're doing it anyway.
On the Red Scare podcast,
Be obsessed with euphoria. You know, that's a sort of autism.
one that Hughes explicitly mentions, Nick
Same type of autism that made Gavin McInnes stick some shit up his ass.
says he finds women annoying and doesn't like to associate with them.
I also think that when women pay attention to you, they have a weird way of like making your world revolve around them. They just start causing problems. They just start causing drama, and it's like
Shit testing.
Yeah, so I just try to avoid women as much as possible.
So why on earth are you doing this podcast?
So maybe there's a clip I'm missing, but if Nick says this...
Chaos and Control, thank you for $4.99. Bread tubers will never go for the angle about Nick being gay and cringe as fuck. Well, then they would have to make fun of him for being gay, which is one of the funniest things you can make fun of Nick Fuentes for, but they don't do it enough. They'll just say that he's gay, right? But they'll never go in like they need to. They'll never make the gay tier list stream that we did, where we go into juicy detail about how gay this nigga actually is. They'll never do that, and they should. Randall Shirker, thank you for $5. Joel and bread tubers would be served by reading Ryan Holiday's book, Trust Me, I'm Lying, if he really wanted to understand what Fuentes is doing.
Other stuff on podcasts, doesn't that deflate Coleman's argument? Also, Nick never said on Rumble that he's a virgin because he hates women. At least I haven't been able to find it. This is the clip Hughes plays to evidence his point.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're...
What? Wait, what?
What? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore.
Now, look, Nick, there are a lot of fat women out here. You know, there are ugly women out here. But the idea women aren't hot, like in general, women aren't hot anymore. Women aren't attractive. We aren't attracted to women. I've never heard a guy say that before, right? On the other side, I would say that guys actually adapt. I would say there are a lot of like ugly fat bitches out here these days. I just see a lot of dudes with ugly fat bitches these days, right? It's like niggas are not that picky. Men will fuck just about anything. We're very good at adapting to the circumstances of like the type of women who like we're with and shit.
Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are, you fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
But Nick doesn't say anything there about his precious, beautiful virginity. Rather, Nick is just saying that he hates women, which, you know, is the thing he loves to say and says all the time. And given that, what is Hughes even talking about? And that gets me to the real problem with this free press video. It just massively overstates its case. Sure, Nick Fuentes on podcasts is different from Nick Fuentes on stream. When he's talking to people, he laughs more, he's calm, he's friendly. On his streams, he leans into a shock jock persona.
Thank you for the big super chat. You're chutting out and it's disgusting. Like, you kind of just disgust me.
But he does get at the same kind of stuff regardless.
It's called code switching, Joel. He's code switching.
Of the context.
When he goes on the normie podcast and he talks to the normies, he tones it down, right? Now, when he's talking to his fans, when he's talking about his fucking degenerate subhuman ass groypers, then he turns it back up and he takes the mask off.
Nick will proudly say on podcasts and friendly interviews that he cares about white extermination, that women should...
Now you know a nigga doesn't hang around a lot of black people, right?
And vote.
Do you think
he doesn't know what code switching is?
Women should have fewer rights than men?
Generally speaking, yes.
That the problem with Jews is that they personally are a tribalistic and scheming people.
Because my critique goes further, and it says that it actually does have to do with Jewish identity. Jewish identity is so powerful and so potent. Jews refuse to assimilate. They're so powerful. They're so tribalistic.
What do you mean Jews refuse to assimilate? What the fuck what are you talking about, dude? Majority of Jews are not fucking Hasidic Jews. Majority of like white Jews in America, I know people are like, oh, I can tell that guy's Jewish. You really can't. There are so many people who like, they're so bad at noticing when it comes to Jews. They're like, oh, you're definitely Jewish with your big snoz. And then that nigga is like Sicilian or some shit, right? It's like there are so many, the average white Jew in America looks no different than the majority of the average white American, right? So it's like, and the reason you can't tell them apart is that unless they're dressed up like they're fucking Hasidic Jews, they act just like American Jews do, and they have all the same hobbies.
They're loyal to each other. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
How can we make these bold claims?
Jews fight each other all the time.
It's about podcast Nick and Rumble Nick. When those
See, I can understand this if your concept of Jewish people mostly came from political grifters. Then 100% yes, right? if your reference for what Jews are largely comes from people like Mark Levin or Ben Shapiro or Laura Loomer, I can understand you thinking this sort of way. The average Jew is not like those people.
These two guys seem to share an identical project. Here's the thing. It disappoints me.
This is the thing, right? It's like Jews were literally here. There have literally been not as large as like they are right now, but there's literally been a big chunk of Jews in America going back to the revolution, right? Like Jews have been part of the founding stock of America. In fact, there are a lot, if you really want to make some Jewish conspiracy theories, you could say that America itself is partially a Jewish conspiracy theory because there were some rich Jews in the British colonies in North America who funded tons of money into the American Revolution and played a very big role into why George Washington and the other founding fathers were able to keep fighting the way they were. Do you know who repaired Thomas Jefferson's home? Right? I think it's called Monticello or some shit. You know who repaired that? It was the dude who was like the first high-ranking Jewish naval officer in the American Navy, right? He loved Thomas Jefferson and he worshiped him, and he rebuilt his home after he passed away and kept up his estate because Thomas Jefferson made it possible for Jews to serve and achieve high rank in the US military when they couldn't do that in a lot of other countries, right? Jews have been like some of the most consistently patriot Americans literally for centuries. The Secretary of War and the Secretary of State for the Confederate States of America was Jewish, right? Like, they've been here forever. One of the worst things that Ulysses S. Grant did during the American Civil War, probably the most controversial non-military decision he ever made, was that he banned all of the Jews from a certain sector where he was operating because he thought they were doing some swindling shit with selling copper or cotton or whatever, when really it was just his dad doing weird shit. And they dragged him over the coals for this shit. The Confederate newspaper was like, oh, look at Grant. He's so anti-Semitic. Why does he hate Jewish people, right? It was a big deal. He had to apologize about this shit when he became president later. So this idea Jews don't assimilate. Jews were like some of the first non-white, some of the first non-Protestant Christian people in American history to assimilate. So it's silly
me that this Coleman Hughes video isn't good because he's onto something real. When I watch,
it's probably the most pro-Jewish rant I'm ever gonna make ever, but like, it's true. Like, the idea, bro, Jewish American history literally goes back to the colonial era. Like, it's silly.
Nick, I also...
It's like saying that, you know, there's no Black American history. Yes, there is, bro. Like, obviously there is.
Find myself thinking about his performance, about the way he sometimes presents himself in contradictory and strange ways. It's an interesting subject, but one that I think is a little bit more complicated than Hughes makes it out to be.
I don't think the founding fathers would be comfortable with how much influence Israel has on our executive branch now. Well, I don't think the founding fathers would be comfortable with a lot of things that America does now.
All right.
I think the whole empire thing we got going on right now, where we have bases all over the world and we have the biggest navy on earth and we basically control most of the ocean, all of the trade routes and shit, and we just bomb and we conquer random countries in the Middle East. I don't think they'd be cool with that shit either.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
Like the ethnic demographics, how Catholic America is right now, that we've had like multiple Catholic presidents. There are a lot of things that the founding fathers wouldn't approve of.
I'm good. How are you doing?
In December of 2025, Fuentes had a lengthy conversation with Richard Spencer. I'm not sure if Spencer requires an introduction, but to those of you who haven't heard of him, Spencer was probably the most prominent white nationalist of the 2010s. He was at Charlottesville. He did a
This is true. This is 100% true.
Dumb little Hail Trump.
Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
In one of my favorite episodes of The Office, yes, that's the third time I'm bringing up The Office in this video, Dwight delivers a speech that's secretly inspired by Mussolini.
Have you ever asked yourselves in an hour of meditation, which everyone finds during the day, how long we have been striving for greatness? Not only the years we've been at war, the war of work.
And Spencer always kind of reminded
this quirk chungus, I love The Office shit, bro.
Me of that.
I don't even hate The Office. It's a good show, but goddamn.
We were meant to overcome all of it. because that is natural and normal for us.
In truth, I don't think Richard was ever a character who people took all that seriously. He never had the kind of celebrity that Nick Fuentes now enjoys, and I think that's basically because he seems like a pseudo-intellectual nerd.
The mainstream media?
That's not true at all. Sorry.
Or perhaps we...
No, Nick, he was like legit he was literally linking up with celebrities, bro. Like actual celebrities who had TV shows at the time. Like Kamui Bell. He was linking up with that dude. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
We should refer to them in the original.
He was getting interviews with all of the top. Literally, the thing that happened to Nick Fuentes in late 2025, early 2026, literally happened to Richard Spencer.
Lugenpresse.
Probably the most famous thing about him is that he got punched in the face one time.
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
No, it is not. I mean, that is funny. See, this guy's a bitch.
Probably
right?
the most famous thing about him is that he got punched in the face one time.
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
See, well, that's funny. That guy is a bitch, and he should have got his ass beat.
I haven't tracked the evolution of Spencer's politics.
It's crazy that nobody beat that guy's ass afterwards. Like, bro,
have a vague idea of what's
that nigga would have got stomped the fuck out.
Gone on with him in the last decade, and I don't really care to know more. But suffice it to say, he's gotten just a little bit weird. He's become a weird little guy, though maybe not in the way you'd expect. Richard spends basically the entire conversation griping about the modern right and its excesses. He speaks about how conservatives have gone crazy, especially when compared to liberals.
What I see there is basically institutional liberalism and centrism, and then the right wing, which is schizoid nonsense.
He talks about how Trump is a conspiracy theorist and how conservatives can't govern.
In order to...
You're all conspiracy theorists. What the fuck are you talking about?
Truly reflect...
Trump's a conspiracy theorist?
And represent...
I mean, maybe he is, but you guys are too.
The base. You have conspiracy theorists in office. And they're almost, investigating themselves on some psychic level. It can actually never govern anything.
He even suggests that the idea of...
He also doesn't shut the fuck up. For people who've ever seen any show where Richard Spencer is the guest, he never shuts the fuck up. I know this is rich coming from me, Mikey monologue no more. I know that's rich coming to me, but at least I'm talking by myself and I have to offer commentary. Spencer will be on a panel with like multiple people, and he'll just take up all the room. He'll take all the air out of the fucking room. He just won't shut the fuck up. He is pure. He's peak theater kid. Christ, thank you for $4.99. I used to watch a lot of BreadTube. Never realized that Nick was gay until I stopped watching all of those losers. Brainiac Computer, thank you for $1.99. Not defending, but isn't he referring to Zionism? What do you mean? Referring to Zionism? Like, you mean like Nick is referring? Well, no, Nick explicitly says over and over Jews. He's saying multiple times Jews. If he just said Zionism specifically, that'd be one thing. But he specifically says Jews. Randall Shirker, thank you for $2. BA history is real. I'm still gonna make stuff up.
America first.
Yeah, that's the most annoying thing about being a black person who likes to read history, especially Black American history, is that I know it's real. I know it's real, and I know it's like actually genuinely interesting, but nobody is interested in it. Nobody really cares about black. A lot of black people who think they care about our history. They try and erase our history. No, they don't. You can access our history. You just don't care. You don't care about history outside of fucking slavery and the civil rights era. And every once in a while, you'll bring up something like, I don't know, Black Wall Street, just as a reference. And that's it. You don't know shit about the fucking Buffalo Soldiers.
Is stupid because we're a nation of immigrants and always have been.
We had other people come here over the course of the 19th century where it's like, you're welcome, go for it. And American nationalism is perhaps a
majority of people in America, not just black people, but in general, they don't know about the history of Liberia. They don't know that Liberia was, I don't even know if I would call it an American colony, because it's not really, because America had no interest in it. What it was is it basically, we're like, hey, you niggas want some land? Right? Like white people were like, hey, you niggas want some land? We will pay you to go back to Africa and do whatever the fuck you want. And some niggas were like, yeah. So then they went to Africa, right? And they founded Liberia. They founded their own republic, which of course, was basically an oligarchy and was corrupt as fuck and was just run by a bunch of rich black merchants who didn't really run the country right. And they basically they reinstituted slavery, or at least a pseudo version of slavery in Liberia, and oppressed all of the native blacks in the area. That's basically Liberia. A bunch of black Americans, a bunch of rich black Americans got their own country, and they start oppressing and low-key pseudo-enslaving the native blacks in the region.
Contradiction in terms. The notion of we're just going to put America first, or as Matt Walsh said, America only. This actually is...
You know what's crazy? It happened under James Monroe. And that's really funny because James Monroe, as we all know, the Monroe Doctrine, he basically told all the European powers, hey, this ain't your server anymore. North America, South America, this hemisphere in general, this shit belongs to us. You stay the fuck out. If you got a colony here already, whatever. But this is America countries now. This belongs to the United States. And then he went and he founded a whole new country in Africa, right? Just didn't give a fuck.
In contradiction to our traditions. The liberals are right about many things.
And how does Nick Fuentes react to all this? Well, he loves it. I mean, he's delighted. He explains that he kind of likes diversity too, likes living in a multicultural city.
I live in a diverse city, and I prefer it. I'd rather live in a diverse city than live in like the trad Catholic commune in Coeur d'Alene, or the trad Catholic city in Kansas, or the whites-only town where
I think you would be a little bored at Back to the Land.
He says that racism is basically...
That's true. Black Americans can go to Liberia right now. Also, I think it's Mali. It's Mali who also is offering Black Americans free citizenship. Now, just so you know, any country that offers easy, quick citizenship with almost no strings attached and you don't have to do anything for the citizenship, there's going to come with something, right? There's always a trade-off, including Israel, right? Israel says, if you're Jewish, you get free citizenship. There's a trade-off there. Look,
really unpersuasive that lots of people...
No country gives away citizenship for free unless they want something else to.
These days are perfectly happy not caring about the white race, and that there's no good way to convince them otherwise.
You know, even the racialism seems very low energy. We hear from these people like, immigration, 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 and it's like... Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, sure. Chicago food is amazing.
I mean, if you have to convince people to care about it, I mean, what do you do when you confront?
And this is another problem with Nick's ideology. He's just too metropolitan, right? He hates rural white people, like genuinely. I mean, he genuinely hates rural white people. White people live in the sticks. White people who just live in poor, small cities, towns in general. There's another reason why, among the many reasons, why he hates J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance came from that sort of background, just poor white person.
A Gen Alpha, a Gen Z guy, and you say, you need to marry a white person and have white kids, and they go, I don't care about my race. Like, I don't care about that. Like, what do you tell them? Yeah. Well, here's why. Because of, what happened 500 years ago, they're going to say, yeah.
You don't care about that.
Yeah, like I have an apartment with my Hispanic girlfriend, and we go to work, and we watch Disney Plus. And
that's literally a bunch of groypers. There are a bunch of groypers who just like, they have these they have these Latinas. They're dating Hispanic girlfriends, and then they say, she's the reason why I got radicalized. She's the reason why I converted to Catholicism. She's the reason why I like Nick Fuentes. Unironically, there's like a groyper who he used to be Jewish. He converted and became a Catholic. And like he's saying he's running for office. And he's like, well, part of the thing that convinced me to convert and run for office is I have my Hispanic girlfriend here. And it's like, what?
We're happy as a clam. It's like, okay, well, checkmate.
So look, there is no way to...
So not only are you ethnically Jewish, you're also dating a non-white woman. What are you doing?
What
are we doing here, man?
Fuentes' conversation with other things he said. There is no coherent politics to draw out of this. Someone who describes America as an anarcho-tyranny where black people are allowed to commit crimes cannot say that diverse American cities are great. Someone whose entire brand revolves around America First can't nod and smile and provide zero pushback when presented with the idea that the whole America First thing is stupid.
There's a contradiction in the American nationalism itself. Anyway, some big thoughts. What do you think about that? Am I wrong that we need tariffs and everyone's going to be happy and all that stuff? Or what do you think?
No, I totally agree with you. And I feel the same way.
He sells the mug. He sells the America First hat and mug. Why won't he defend it? Perhaps you want to look at this interview and conclude that Nick Fuentes is nobody, not even a real racist. He's just an ambitious guy who's willing to say whatever.
Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that.
Sounds right in the moment, and it was fundamentally unwilling or unable to stand up for any of his supposed beliefs. And look, maybe there is some truth in that, but only a half-truth, and one that somehow gives Fuentes both too much and too little credit.
Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
After all, he is, for the most part, very consistent. There is no clip of
He's not, though.
Nick Fuentes advocating for the goodness of Jewry in America, or for the equality of women, or the importance of diversity to the American...
It's like, that's the only consistent thing, is that he hates women and that he hates Jews.
Project. Yes, he humors
that he loves Kanye and Stalin and Hitler and wants to be like all of them.
It's one of those positions here, but we shouldn't miss the forest for the trees, allow one moment to totally alter our vision of someone's beliefs. Rather, I think we should look at this conversation with Spencer as an exercise in rhetoric, and one that's pretty important to Fuentes' career. So a big part of Nick Fuentes' recent appeal, one that's obvious if you consistently watch his content, is that he can sometimes feel like a pretty moderate figure. And I don't mean that in a political sense, but in a personal one. He's capable of seeming like the normal person in the room. Nick often gets super chats, and most of them, as you might expect, are clearly from deranged internet weirdos. And a lot of what Nick does is yell at these people and tell them to chill out. At one point,
who do you think watches this show, bro? Like, who do you think makes up the groypers? Imagine the type of person you'd have to be a groyper. Every single time we ever get a face reveal of somebody who calls themselves a groyper, they look and act exactly like we expect.
Some guy asks him how he can support the America First movement on LinkedIn, and Nick gets so mad.
What's the best way to show support publicly? 20K followers on LinkedIn with America First without being canceled.
Please do not dox yourself on LinkedIn. You do not show support on LinkedIn.
Or at another point, a groyper mom asks for Holocaust revisionist literature for her 10-year-old son.
Any book recs that aren't propaganda for a 10-year-old boy interested in World War II?
No, I have no book recommendations for a 10-year-old. I don't even know what a 10-year-old would read. That can't be real. What red-pilled World War II books that deny the Holocaust do you know of for a 10-year-old? For what, a 5th grader? Whatever? What Holocaust revisionist literature do I have for a 5th grader? I don't have anything for you. I'm sorry.
That clip, Nick Fuentes explaining to his fan that he doesn't have any good Holocaust denial for 10-year-old Rex off the dome, it's really good. Like, you have to give it to him.
Any book recommendations that aren't Jew propaganda about the Holocaust for my 10-year-old?
Nick plays into this kind of moderate persona a lot, and I think it's a great help to his political project. Like, Nick often talks about how he's not actually a hateful racist, how his beliefs don't come from looking down on black people, and how real racists need to be shunned.
I feel like people have kind of gone full circle, and now 10 years later, people are like,
well, he obviously doesn't hate black people, because otherwise he wouldn't be friends and hang out with so many.
Actually hate non-white people and go,
he genuinely has more non-white friends than he does white friends.
Yeah, I'm racist, so what? And I don't know, I feel like maybe that's a mistake in a sense.
And some of his white friends are people like fucking Beardson, who's like at the most half white.
I'm
not saying he's mixed either. I'm saying like he's not enough of a person to be considered a fully white person.
Racial, like actual racialism, actual racial militant hatred. It is like a freak show because that comes from an emotional place.
And you can see how this kind of position anchors him as the serious alternative, right? Nonsense claims about black crime rates and white genocide sound more...
Wait, nonsense claims about black crime? Come on, bro. What are you doing?
Rational when juxtaposed.
Nonsense claims.
With a racist caricature who justify...
Bread tubers are so, like, I don't know, bro. They act like they're so big brain, but then, like, they can't do shit like look up FBI crime statistics.
Their hatred with nothing but a love for hate.
They can't, they don't know how per capita works either. See, people act like per capita is a race thing. Like, oh, black people don't understand per capita. No, bro, like, left-leaning people, well, I'm going to say a lot of black people actually don't understand per capita, but a lot of left-leaning people in general just don't understand how per capita works.
Not like him. We're a movement of principled and thoughtful people.
White people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
We can see this same sort of gesture in the way that Nick talks about the Super Bowl halftime show. So in a video made very recently, Nick defends Bad Bunny's performance at the Super Bowl. In his view, it wasn't just
Of course, bro. He got to stick up for his Latino brother in arms.
a good show, entertaining and fun, but also
one Chicano standing up for another.
Basically inoffensive.
It was good. It was fun. It was lively. Let's be perfectly honest. It wasn't a militantly woke show. It just wasn't.
He even gets mad at a super chatter for disagreeing with him and says that while he still believes in white genocide and wants a white country, he thinks the whole movement has gotten kind of lame.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was this is what America looks like, a mosaic of Latin peoples. Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white
Do you think Nick watches the NFL? No, I do believe that he was watching Bad Bunny, though.
nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like, do I want America to be a white country?
This is the target demographic, by the way. When the Super Bowl, this is the target demographic they were going for to bring in for the halftime show when they brought on Bad Bunny. This is the type of guy they got.
Country, yes. I'm pro-white, but the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots.
So what Nick says here doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if we agree with him that Latino immigration is a big problem and that these people don't assimilate and that they're destroying white culture.
Well, I mean, technically, this isn't a case of Latino immigration because Bad Bunny is Puerto Rico and Puerto Rico is like part of America. It's not even like we conquered it. Well, we took it. Well, we conquered it. We took it from the Spanish, so I guess we conquered it from the Spanish. But anyway, like, we took that shit. Like, Puerto Ricans never went anywhere.
Surely it just makes sense to hate Bad Bunny's show.
I guess technically, a lot of Puerto Ricans have left Puerto Rico, and there are more Puerto Ricans now living in the mainland United States than in the Caribbean because, you know, Puerto Rico sucks.
He mostly sings in Spanish, and he said ice out at the Grammys.
I'm gonna say ice out.
The white nationalist case against it seems solid to me, all the more solid because the show appears fun and apolitical. You know, it literally normalizes diversity.
He shouted out every Latin American country. Well, yeah, bro, because that's the reason why those are the people who listen to his music.
Diversity and Latin American immigration. But of course, Nick has an extremely negative reaction to things he finds cringy. And in the case of the Super Bowl halftime show, I think he's clearly...
You can't go to a fucking Spanish-speaking country and not hear Bad Bunny. And you can't escape this nigga. You can't escape this nigga if you go or visit any Spanish-speaking country.
Responding to the
including Spain.
Fact that Turning Point USA, the conservative outfit started by Charlie Kirk, made their own alternative halftime show, and that it sucked ass.
I just want to catch my fish, drive my truck, drink my beer.
Their show was, as Nick correctly observes, low energy and grievance fueled, and so potentially
correctly observes. Okay.
Harmful to the conservative cause. So if that stuff's bad, if there are cringe people advocating against the Bad Bunny show, then that show must have been good and inoffensive, and all the people mad about it must be stupid losers.
I just want to cut my grass, feed my dogs, wear my boots, not turn the TV on, sit and watch TV.
Look, bro, the reason why you couldn't do this with Bad Bunny is because that motherfucker was speaking in Spanish. They did this, right? If you take the song that Bad Bunny was singing at the Super Bowl and you actually translate the lyrics into English, they are just as retarded.
Nick doesn't change his beliefs. He says he's still advancing a white supremacist position, but his enemy is nonetheless to the right. These people who are on the wrong side of some aesthetic war, and so must be essentially wrong-headed in some way. And nowhere is this pseudo-moderate tendency from Nick more clear than with his discussions of his most recent political rival, Candace Owens. For those who don't know, Candace Owens is a conspiracy theory...
Who the fuck doesn't know? Really? For those who don't know who Candace Owens is, like, okay, let's see how Candace is doing. Because every time it gets crazier, right? So, okay, she's about to break 6 million subscribers. Okay? Damn. It gets crazy. Oh, wait. Norman Finkelstein. And wait, hold up. Wait. It's Milo. Oh, wait, this is a long time. This is the old one. This is the old one back in the day. I didn't know she had one with Norman Finkelstein. What the fuck? Myron Gay, shit, she's talked to everybody. All right, anyway, like, I don't know who Candace Owens is. You know, niche figure.
Aficionado.
Candace Owens is not like Nick. Here's the thing, right? More people know who Candace Owens is than know who Nick Fuentes is. So if you're making a video about Nick Fuentes and you presume people know who the fuck that is, there's no way that people know who Nick is and they don't know who Candace. Like, if you know who Nick is, then by proxy, you have to know who Candace is.
Believes that Brigitte Macron is secretly a man.
It's like knowing who Erica Kirk is, but you don't know who Charlie Kirk was. It doesn't make any sense.
I would stake my entire professional career on the fact that Brigitte Macron, the current First Lady of France, was born a man.
And that Emmanuel Macron might be plotting her death. Recently, she got way into the idea that Charlie Kirk's death was related to Israel in some way.
About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died, Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright. Okay, Charlie was done. And then did he...
Candace's subscriber count is inflated. I could believe that. Tato is me. Thank you for the 20 in okay.
Just 48 hours later, conveniently catch a bullet to the throat.
It's hard to overstate just how often Nick makes fun of Candace for these beliefs. For the last month, he's talked about her constantly, the way she gathers knowledge, her whack job approach to the world.
If you're on the Candace Owens train, I'm not even going to pretend like I'm going to try to appease you. It's wrong. It's stupid. All of it is stupid, and I'm not going to entertain it at all.
This was literally the only time I can ever remember where everybody was saying, the Jews did this, Israel did this. And Nick was like, no, look, guys, the Jews didn't do this one, okay? It wasn't it wasn't Israel, it wasn't Mossad. Like, they killed Charlie. That's ridiculous. The Jews did not do this. Literally the only time.
Candace.
I'm not even saying the Jews did it. I'm just saying it's really weird that the one time when everybody's like, Israel did something, you're like, no, Israel had nothing to do with this. I'm just saying.
Someone says, oh, they're trying to kill me. We haven't seen a shred of evidence. Like, where's the evidence? She just sounds crazy. Then she goes right into, well, I know Tyler Robinson is innocent because Charlie Kirk visited me in a dream and told me so. Come on now. I mean,
she's the prophetess. You're denying her scribe.
And some people are saying, well, hey, dreams can be prophetic. Yeah, they can be, but
I bet you would have doubted St. Joan of Arc's visions too.
Fucking not evidence, you know?
So I find Nick's whole emphasis on logic and rationality kind of interesting because it just feels so artificial. Fuentes is, after all, a conspiracy theorist, someone who has a tenuous connection to reality and a loose grasp on evidence. 3 years ago, Nick said that he thinks the COVID vaccines are poison in some way, and that he would refuse to accept any proof to the contrary.
So what would it take to convince you that, like, the mRNA vaccines were good?
Well, you're not going to convince me that, but here's the thing. I just have a general distrust of
everything?
Medication.
He said that he doesn't know if dinosaurs existed.
I already know Nick doesn't think dinosaurs
That's kind of base, though.
are real, right?
I mean, obviously, being anti-medicine is retarded, but being anti, prescriptions and shit like that, that's different in my opinion. There are way too many people who are just addicted to meds. There's so many lol cows who are addicted to meds, who are just taking meds all the fucking time, right? Like RTU, Review Tech USA, The Quartering. We just the other time we were watching that thing where Jaden was fighting Vrillium on stream. Vrillium admitted that he was addicted to SSRIs back in the past. It's a constant thing. Wings of Redemption.
Well, I don't know. I'm not an archaeologist. But I don't know. I don't know if I believe that 100%.
More recently, he said he believed in astrology and numerology, said that these things...
I'm not saying never trust the science, but it's okay to be a little skeptical of the science, I'm just saying.
...are witchcraft and should be taken more seriously.
But the astrology thing, to me, people are not taking it seriously enough. Because first of all, astrology is real. Going by another word, you can call
What?
this witchcraft. Paganism?
Does he think astrology is... Oh, no, he doesn't think it's astronomy.
First of all, astrology is real. Going by another word, you can call this witchcraft, paganism.
Do you think numerology is real as well?
I do.
Really?
I do.
He said he believed that Israel controlled the Epstein files and was using them to blackmail Trump, and that's probably why Trump bombed Iranian nuclear facilities like 9 months ago.
So it's bookended from when the Epstein files are brought up as a threat against Trump.
Nick was supposed to be a Latina. This is the problem, right? God was trolling. God was trolling when this nigga came out. He wasn't meant to be. If Nick was a girl, if Nick was just a girl, right? So many of his problems wouldn't exist.
To when they're buried by the DOJ with the war in
If he and his sister swapped genders, or I don't know, their parents had 2 girls instead, right? This would be so much better.
Ron.
And he wouldn't have to be in denial about liking boys anymore. It wouldn't be weird. He would be able to like astrology. He could get away with lying and people not holding him accountable more.
Given that Epstein was potentially Israeli intelligence, I think all signs point to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem controlling those files.
I'm not sure if he still thinks that despite the wellspring of new Epstein
He could be literally the same height and nothing would change.
content, by the way. I watched his recent stuff on the subject and he doesn't bring it up. Around 3 years ago, Destiny, who I know has an oddly...
You know, it probably was. Something went wrong in the labs. It was their fault. He was meant to be a girl, but some fucking scientist who wanted to play God, or I don't know, maybe he just wanted to troll Nick's parents. His mom said some slick shit. He said, I got something for you, bitch.
Prominent role in this
Look what you're going to have to live with for the next 27 years.
video was talking to Nick, and 9/11 trutherism came up. Nick and his friend Sneeko wanted Destiny to watch a lengthy film arguing against the consensus 9/11 narrative.
You seen the new Pearl Harbor, the 9/11 documentary?
No.
Oh, you gotta watch that.
And they made fun of him for wanting to do research and not just watch the movie.
Put it on stream right now. It's on YouTube.
No, because
Why won't you watch it?
Because
Destiny?
one-
Watch it.
You have some time right now.
Watch it.
You're gonna call Hillary and Bill up before you watch a movie?
Destiny, why don't you just watch it with an open mind?
I
Why don't
actually
you
call
watch
Hunter
it with an
Biden.
open mind and be open to the possibility that the things in it are true.
Sometime later, Destiny watched that film and wanted to argue about it.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a big believer of the official story now. Before I was like, damn, I don't know, but now after looking at everything, I'm like, damn, the official story holds up pretty well.
Nick, though, was totally unprepared. He hadn't seen the film recently, and I frankly doubt that he'd have some sterling 9/11 truther argument in the best of times.
Why wouldn't we just scramble F-16s?
I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't seen this one in a million
Oh
years.
yeah? Do you remember any of the arguments we had?
I remember the NORAD. That it was like there was a drill or something or whatever that day.
You just watched 5 hours of 9/11.
Yeah, because you told me to. Because
I was on the beach this weekend. Okay.
But what's incredible about this conversation
They have very good chemistry. It's a shame.
is
It's a
how
shame their romance came to an abrupt end.
Nick justifies his total lack of knowledge on the subject. Around 10 minutes in, he says this.
I think there's something about our assumptions about the world, which is why, and the foundation is, I think things are not as.
I wonder if Nick, like, he came into death. He came with the intention of stealing Destiny from his wife Melina.
They seem, and you,
I guess he half succeeded.
Are willing to say, oh, they basically are as they seem.
It's the anthem of every conspiracy theorist, and expressed with a clarity I don't normally expect from that set. It's good to advocate belief in conspiracies, belief in 9/11 trutherism, not because I have sufficient evidence to believe that case, but because, shady stuff happens sometimes. Reality is not what it seems, therefore, it's whatever I personally want it to be. Nick doubles down on this line around 20 minutes later when he says this.
Now, my job as somebody that does my show is to challenge the government. My job is to challenge the national security apparatus. And the reason why I think I don't have as much responsibility as maybe you think I do, and people get on my case even from my side. They're like, you hate women too much.
Imagine these two ninjas holding hands on the beach. I mean, they came pretty fucking close, right? Literally going on dinner dates with each other. Like, I thought that shit was kind of crazy. Like, let's say, right, like, the theory about how the dude whose dick Destiny was sucking was actually Nick, right? Let's say that that's not true. It's still pretty fucking weird, Steven, to just you met this guy. The first thing you do is you go on dinner dates with him with your wife. That's really weird, bro.
You say too much racist things or whatever.
I don't know. That's the level of intimacy that I wouldn't.
And it's like, the way I see it, there is so much moving against those trends that if I'm being extra, if I have a superfluous amount of skepticism or I push a conspiracy, it's not, totally sourced or whatever. It's like, well, you could turn on the television, any channel, any day of the week, and get the government line and get the thing that you're pushing.
It doesn't matter if what I say is true. It doesn't matter if I have integrity, because you already have the consensus media arguing the opposite side. So looking at this, I can't help but think, where does he get off judging darling Candace Owens? So what Candace believes with zero evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk or whatever. I'm sorry, are things as they seem? I don't remember getting the memo that things are as they seem. So what she thinks Emmanuel Macron is trying to murder her? There's a whole establishment media apparatus in place, and all it ever does is peddle the narrative that Emmanuel Macron isn't trying to kill Candace Owens. What responsibility does she really have, one could ask, to not...
See, this is another thing, right? He was like, well, for those of you who don't know who Candace Owens is, the bitch who was literally beefing with the president of France. When was the last time that Nick Fuentes ever got, like, the leader of a major country to, like, publicly disavow him because they won't stop talking about their spouse or whatever?
be a freak. In the end, Nick's repulsion for characters
She's literally trolling the leaders
like
of,
Candace is
major nations.
obviously more
And people act like she's smaller. Like she's smaller than Nick Fuentes. Come on.
about branding than anything else. A way of detaching himself from aspects of his own far-right movement that he personally finds embarrassing, even though he has no—
I'm be honest, Zionists are way more afraid of Candace than they are of Nick Fuentes. And it's not even close.
meaningful disagreement with her.
They're afraid of that black girl dark magic.
Or the way she
that black girl witchcraft.
approaches
They don't
reality.
want none of that.
Nick wants to announce himself as a reasonable political thinker, and folks like Candace just make the project of hardcore white guy stuff.
Look, I say Francis Major. If we're really going to be really specific about it, here's how the tier list of like country influence, national influence goes. It's America, which is in its own tier list. Everybody else is below us. I'm speaking purely in terms of geopolitical influence, just control of the world economy, most powerful military, controlling all these sea routes, right? We're in a tier of our own. After that, we got the regional powerhouses, which is just, at this point, it's really just China. Really, everybody thought that Russia and maybe Iran were also in the party, maybe also India. No, right? It's like, it's really just China. They're the only big country we're worried about. After that, then you got the Russias and the Indias and, you know, Irans and shit like that. And then you also have the Frances. That's where, this is also the tier where France is, the UK is, Germany is, right? Some people would say, no, some EUophiles, they'll say some shit. Well, no, if you put all the EU countries together, they're actually like up there with China and they're just below the, oh, no, let's be real. The EU is mostly made up of countries that have US military bases in them. Let's be real here. So, no. So when I say that France is a major country, I'm speaking in level of context. We're speaking in general, right? France is very big and influential in general, in comparison, the majority of countries on Earth.
Look bad. And personally, I see Nick's conversation with Spencer as the height of this persona. If I sat down with Nick Fuentes and said, you know, boy howdy, I sure do love living in diverse cities. Just think about all the yummy food you can eat, and it's fun to be friends with all different kinds of people in a big melting pot. Hot take, I actually don't think Nick would totally agree with me. I think he would say I was trying to kill all white people because I hate them and think Jesus Christ is rotting and poopy. But Nick isn't talking to me. He's talking to Richard Spencer, an out-and-out ethno-nationalist, and this provides a much-needed opportunity to be a bit reflective about his political project. He's not some vapid ideologue, right?
Dave, thank you for £2. Candace made Schmully's kippa fall off in a debate. See how she just gets him all flustered and shit? He has never, ever, the last time Nick Fuentes ever pressed a Jew that much was that one time when he ran up on Ben Shapiro when he was out with his family, right? Like, he's literally just, Ben Shapiro was literally rolling the stroller that his toddler was in, and Nick and his fucking sycophants, they came to press him. Imagine, bro, trying to press a nigga when he's outside with his family. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
He doesn't have an emotional attachment to any of this, and so he's willing to state the obvious.
At the end of the day, we have to grapple with the fact people like the way things are. People are going to complain and bitch, and they'll talk about, I want to be a part of something bigger. People kind of actually like the way things are a lot, and you can see it in their behavior.
Maybe diversity is kind of good. Maybe living in a big multiracial society is better than the alternative. Maybe
is it? I don't know, is it?
Racism is broadly seen as a loser.
I'm not saying an either or. I'm just saying this whole thing of, well, you know, it's definitely better to live in a diverse society. I don't know, bro.
Ideology.
Japan is pretty cool.
Yeah, and maybe that's for good reason. And yet,
I feel like there are multiple models here, but like the whole ethno-state model, we shouldn't just rule it out on principle.
Yes, Nick does contradict himself here, undermine.
There are some nice countries that are mostly just one group of people, and that's fine.
His profound belief in the goodness of bigotry. But in a way, this contradiction legitimizes him, makes him out to be a deep and practical thinker about the project of hate. I want to be clear here. I don't think that any of this could really be called a grift. The Nick is just pandering to his audience. That's Coleman Hughes' take, and I don't think it adds up. After all, the opinions Nick shares on his stream are often pretty unpopular among his fans. Do you think the Groypers liked it when Nick said that diverse cities were nice? Of course they didn't. I had to stop watching after Nick said he likes living in a diverse community. What the fuck? This is brutally revealing. Both are useless cucks. Bro, prefer diversity? Might as well just retire and stop being pro-white. The whole point of being against the Jewish agenda is that it's anti-white. If you're not fighting for your people, then what are we doing here? The comments are all like this. I basically can't find a positive one. Does it make sense to look at that and assume that Nick is lying to get people to like him? I don't know. I guess
calling Nick a bigot isn't even like an attack. It's not even really true. He's not a bigot, really.
My instinct is to say
the group of people who Nick hates the most is like women, in my opinion.
Probably not.
Nick has given passes to a lot of Jews. It's like women are the one, like,
if anything,
like the female question, the Foyd question is like what Nick is mostly concerned with.
I think Nick is profoundly true to what he believes, but that this truth it's at tension with itself. Nick lives two lives, both of which are equally important to him and his audience. Like, of course, he wants to be the bigotry goblin. His entire worldview is built on saying over and over that white men are being victimized by every other group of people, that they are literally out to get you.
They're not part of it. They're not part of European civilization. They're not part of Christian civilization. They need to be kept out of the corridors of power.
That they are literally out to get you. But this is a stupid guy thing to say, and we've seen what it looks like in practice. Lying and being weaselly with Piers Morgan, giving vapid or delusional answers to Glenn Greenwald or Gavin McInnes. The problem isn't just that it's an ideology built to appeal to the freaks of this world, but also that it can't be argued well, that it's at odds with basic reality. And so Nick must, at times, embrace this other form, become a guy who cares very much about evidence, who hates all the reactionary—
Is this video just gonna be him saying that Nick is like a hypocrite, or like Nick is just a flip-flopper and none of his opinions are really that real? Is this whole video just him saying that?
Culture war bullshit. Because
I mean, that's true. And I mean, good on you for figuring it out and like making a video to make that clear to as many people as possible. But did it really have to be an hour and a half, buddy?
Can't stand
could have said that in 5. I was just saying.
Nonsense conspiracies who would rather live in a diverse city. And the point of it is, this is the only—
Also, when you get to the he destroyed your life part?
Only way Nick—
Is that just like what you call your videos? Let me see. Because somebody in chat, they said, when is Mikey gonna stop pausing the video to go on these fucking gay monologues just so he can see that Joel agrees with him? Okay, conservative comedy destroyed my life. Okay, so that's just the thing. So he didn't really, all right.
Gets to look—
That makes the title kind of lame.
Smart.
This is my first video watching this guy, and I thought it was going to be something like,
the only break he gets from the banal humdrum of life as a professional bigot. In truth, I think this is the essential character of Nick and the heart of his appeal. He is intellectual and convicted and in some ways open-minded, and the greatest proof of that is that he sometimes refuses to defend the insane—
There's no way he's going to bring up the black light. He's not going to bring up the shit that people need to know. People need to know that Nick Fuentes kicked out Jaden and kicked him out of AF and tried to ruin his life because he got a girlfriend, and that made Nick really jealous because he had a crush on Jaden and he was taking all these weird pictures of Jaden while Jaden was sleeping, and he got really jealous because Jaden got a girlfriend and didn't want to hang out with him on the holidays. And then after he kicked Jaden out of his house, he took a fucking black light to look for cum because he was that fucking boy crazy. People need to know this shit. But I know that Joel is going to tell people this important information they need to know about Nick Fuentes.
Things he believes. This is the Nick Fuentes who goes on Piers Morgan and acts like a freak, only to stream afterward and reflect about how much of a freak he was. This is the Nick Fuentes who consistently champions a shallow and single-minded racism, only for hordes of podcasters to invite him on their show in search of hidden depth. This is the Nick Fuentes who argues day in and day out for mass deportations, only for big guy 2254 to pay him $25.
The blacklight art, the come detective art is fucking hilarious, but it's not the best line of attack. The actual best line of attack is not even Jan 6, right? Even though that is good. The actual best line of attack is what happened after Jan 6, where Nick was literally laughing about his followers getting caught up and said that they were losers and he didn't want to be affiliated with them. That's actually the worst thing, in my opinion, to this day. Nick has done a lot
I
of
just jumped
fuck
in
shit.
randomly one.
That one moment specifically, I still think is the worst ever. Let me say. This moment right. No. It was right. It was further. It was like over here. But this guy, by the way, this dude, he still simps for Nick, even though Nick just like fucked him. Nick told his autistic ass to go and like raid the Capitol and shit. Then he did it and he had to go to fucking prison. After he came out, he was still simping for Nick Fuentes. And sometimes he'll like rant in Jaden's chat about it. Like, why don't you just make up with Nick, Jaden? It's like, why do you think? Why do you think he doesn't make up with Nick? See, this right here.
Telegram chats. Insane. But what was more insane, and what ultimately shows the character of Nick Fuentes more than anything, was how he just laughed about it. Like in these leaked Telegram chats.
Oh, let's read this. Yeah, I remember these. It's regrettable they've been caught by the DOJ Dragnet for Jan 6, but I am not, nor do I wish to be associated with these losers. Nick, do you mean the losers you literally told to go commit crimes? Are you talking about the group of people that you told to go storm the Capitol? They're losers now because they got caught? So Nick Fuentes tells them, go storm the Capitols and ignore the police. Break in. Storm it. They should live in fear. That's what he said. And then he sends Baked Alaska in to film it all. So they all get caught on tape. I'm having trouble looking at my screen. It's glowing a bit for me.
See, that's the actual worst thing that Nick has ever done, right? Just fucked the lives of several of his followers. And then he just abandoned them to the wolves and laughed about it. That's the actual worst thing he's ever done. And in my opinion, shows his personality more than literally anything else. Nothing is a better encapsulation of how much of a piece of shit Nick Fuentes is than this Telegram chat right here. Nothing.
To ask him how he feels about letting the immigrants stay.
Well, but what about them? What about us, bro? Too bad, so sad. The world is a...
And it's also why I do feel a little bad for Groypers. I don't feel bad for him for real, because you still follow this guy, even though he'll literally just like lead you into a burning house and then he'll fuck off and he'll laugh about it after you're all, you know, barbecued up.
Is a tough...
You deserve it for real.
Place.
So that was supposed to be the end.
Hey, he finally changed location
of this video. I was going to say that, and then we were going to have our Nick Fuentes beatdown.
Does he do that on purpose? Does he like do this on purpose with his hair?
The end of this video. I was going to say that, and then we were going to have our Nick Fuentes beatdown.
Like, does he actually do this for real with just his hair on purpose to make it look like he wants to look as homeless as possible?
And that was going to be it. But then Donald Trump launched a war against Iran. And it's such an important event and frankly such an interesting moment in Nick Fuentes' career that I felt like I had to talk about it.
What's the difference between Fuentes and EVS? You know, in my opinion, I think Ethan Van Sciver is the better grifter because he managed to become a millionaire with significantly, now that I think about it, Nick didn't even become a millionaire off of his own merits. Nick became a millionaire because that one French nigga sent him $250,000 in Bitcoin right before he did that shit at Jan 6, right? And Bitcoin went up and he had a net worth that was in the high six figures and he sold it, right? Like a retard. But still, that's how Nick ended up getting so much money initially. It had nothing to do with him like being good at grifting. He wasn't even selling, well, he was selling merch, but it was mostly James Alsop. The whole selling AF merch shit, that's something that he stole from James Alsop. James Alsop is the guy who convinced him to stop doing that. So I would say Ethan Van Sciver is a better grifter because he managed to become a millionaire just selling comics that don't even exist, which I don't know, that'd be kind of based.
I think it really exemplifies the way Nick Fuentes approaches politics. So the relationship between Donald Trump and Nick Fuentes goes back a decade, but it's also pretty easy to explain. Nick, per his description, began his political career electrified by Trump.
He was like the savior of Western civilization. We looked at him as like, and by we, I mean me and all the online kids, teenagers that supported him, we really believed the hype.
But now, in dreary 2026, he hates the guy and
That's kind of weird.
spits on him every
Like, even back then, back in the day, I was like, the savior is like, who, like,
chance he gets.
how much of Western civilization would he be saving by building the wall, really? I mean, immigration goes down. I mean, that's good. That's a step. But what is he actually going to do? Is he going to fundamentally fix our institutions? Is he going to get rid of all of our debt? Is he going to get rid of the forever wars and all that other shit? Like,
As I touched on earlier in the video, that's in large part because Trump hasn't deported enough immigrants, never built the wall, etc.
Instead of giving money for a border wall and fixing immigration, they did a corporate tax cut. They did the same.
Yeah, and this was also a lie that he told to Tucker anyway, because as we know, literally his first episode of, well, it wasn't America First, it was the Nicholas J. Fuentes show, his first piece of any internet content ever. He said he was pro Tom Cruise.
But there's also a deep...
He was a libertarian, literally.
...fury at play there. In a recent video, Nick talks about wanting some far-right party to take over the United States and run it as a dictatorship.
And I want some kind of political outfit to be created that will eventually take over this country and then run it like a dictatorship and fix it.
And he talks about how Trump refused his many opportunities to enact that dictatorship.
Over and over it's happened. How many wasted opportunities? The COVID pandemic, the BLM riots, the stolen election, this. And has he ever used that as his Reichstag fire? Has he ever used it to actually expand or institutionalize his political power? No.
So when you look at a clip like that, you know, Nick's animus for Trump makes a lot of...
See, that's so weird of him to bring up Hitler there specifically because, I mean, yes, Hitler did eventually convert the Republic of Germany into a dictatorship, but he was like, he didn't seize, he's not like an example of a dictatorship who just seized, he's not like Pinochet, he's not like Franco or something like that. Even Mussolini too, he was like popularly elected. Like Hitler and Mussolini are both two dudes who were democratically elected and they became dictatorships. But the people loved them so much that even though some of them had a problem with it, the popularity was so high, right? So it's like Trump was never popular enough to where he could just overturn the United States Constitution and make himself king. So using Hitler as an example is just weird.
Of sense.
Also, Italy and Germany were only republics for like a few decades. They had been authoritarian societies for the majority of their existence, right? Very, very, very recently that Germany and Italy, and really the majority of countries in Europe, became republics.
He saw that Trump was a strongman authoritarian and hoped he could destroy America and install the new tyrannical order of 4chan dweebs.
America was literally built from the ground up to be the strongest forever republic ever.
And when that didn't happen, or didn't happen enough, Nick took his toys and went home. All this to say, it's not surprising at all that Nick Fuentes is very angry at Trump over his war on Iran. The war is blatantly in line with Israeli interests and is therefore just more evidence that the transgressive and dangerous Trump is actually just another, establishment shell. Still, the way Nick talks about the subject is really fascinating. Nick starts off his video on the subject by talking about how Israel forced the hand of the US.
This is the
Italy was a monarchy, excuse me.
Jews' world, and we're living in it. This is Israel's world, and we're living in it.
The last president who went against Israel was JFK, and he was assassinated for it.
And so people have said, well, the reason President Trump couldn't refuse is because he knows they would kill him. That's what Tucker Carlson said today. He said, you can't say no to Israel because the last president that did is JFK.
So this sort of rhetoric, it basically makes apology for Trump, right? Trump is just another American politician.
I never understood that, because surely the CIA could, fuck up Mossad. Am I really to believe that Mossad is really that good that the CIA or the FBI couldn't stop them? I mean, Mossad isn't even good enough to stop, progressive leftist people from becoming anti-Semitic anymore. Mossad isn't even good enough to stop videos from leaking out of IDF soldiers literally gang raping a nigga. Literally that we're literally making a line to rape this Palestinian dude. Mossad couldn't stop that, but I'm supposed to believe that they can just kill any president at any time and there's nothing that the CIA or Homeland Security or the FBI or any other three-letter glowy agency couldn't do to stop them? That's ridiculous.
Hinting the knee to Israel, and there's really nothing.
I mean, blackmail, okay, blackmail, that's different. But assassination, like, dude,
here
it's crazy.
We can blame him for. Nick does say that even though Israel would probably...
Because look, bro, if Mossad could kill the president of the United States that easily, with no consequence, and nobody could stop them, well, why haven't they killed the Ayatollah? Why'd they have to wait until Trump did it? Why'd they have to wait for Trump to kill the Ayatollah? Why didn't Mossad do it years ago?
Probably kill him if he went against them. Trump still should have, because that's what America first means.
So I'm sorry. That's not an excuse. When they say, well, they'll kill Trump, they'll kill his family, Vance knows they'll kill him, they'll kill his family. Well, that's what you signed up for. Let him do it. Let him do it. Go to the American people and say, this is happening.
But that's kind of a high standard, right? And one that still places the brunt of the responsibility on Israel. Trump is not a real actor. He is mostly just a vessel through which the plot can work. Now, who knows? Maybe it's true that Trump has done nothing special here, that Kamala Harris and Biden and Obama would have waged this same war. It's not impossible that that could have happened. Still, I'd argue that the information we have makes that a very hard pill to swallow. After all, Biden...
Actually, hold up. I actually have quite a video to show about this. Give me a My bad, I've been looking for something in the background and I can't find it. Give me another second. I'm going to find it. Don't worry. Come on. You're embarrassing yourself on stream. Everyone's saying that Israel got you. Man, I'm not even good enough. I'm not even good enough at this shit for real for Israel to want to come at me like that. I'm not even on the top of their list. I probably don't even make the top 1,000, to be honest. Top 1,000 influencers. Israel ain't worried about me like that. Where is it, bro? Maybe I should have said. Well, I didn't know I would be having to bring it up. There it is. I think this is it, or maybe it's the second clip. Let's look at this one first. Let's see. Okay, so here's a clip from Obama. I think this is it. So a lot of people were like, oh, no country. Trump's policy on Israel is so unlike any other president before him. It's like, okay, nigga.
My policy towards Hamas has been no different than his. I've said that they are a terrorist organization, that we should not negotiate with them unless they recognize Israel or renounce violence, and unless they were willing to abide by previous accords between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And so for him to toss out comments like that, I think is an example of him losing his bearings as he pursues this nomination. We don't need name-calling in this debate. What we're going to need is to have a serious conversation about how do we keep nuclear weapons out of the hands of the Iranian regime.
Okay. So, you know, oh, there was nobody besides Trump. Nigga, this has literally been the game plan for every president of the United States for like at least the past 20 to 25 years. Probably the last 30 to 35 years. All right, so let's just stop it with that.
Didn't go to war with
Trump isn't special when it comes to wanting to keep nukes away from Iran and sucking up to Israel and being like, Hamas so bad they need to recognize Israel.
Iran. If Israel can force our hand now, why didn't they under Beautiful Joe?
Wait, what the fuck? Oh wait, hold up. Am I in the wrong place? Am I not showing it? Okay, no, we're good. All right, good.
And Obama was responsible for the Iranian nuclear deal, the one that Trump threw away in his first stint as president. The possibility of Iranian weapons of mass destruction is the pretend reason Trump waged this war, so it at least seems relevant that Trump clearly laid that groundwork.
We will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message.
Leaving that aside, Trump just loves conflict, right? Loves using his powers in strange ways to enforce some grandiose vision of American power. He launched a stupid trade war and has bombed more countries than any other president, and he saber-rattled with Greenland and kidnapped the leader of Venezuela. Nick was explicitly in support
I'm really supposed to give a fuck about that.
of those latter
They
two.
keep bringing up, oh my god, he kidnapped a fucking dictator of a country that he was oppressing. I don't give a fuck.
Things, by the
We should do that more often.
way. He likes it when America does insane bullshit.
We need a truly great leader. And what is a great leader other than a leader that takes territory? Other than a leader that gets victories? You know how you're winning? You have more.
It's like, look, should we have been involved with Libya? Probably not. Am I gonna give a fuck about Gaddafi getting got? No, nigga. Fuck that nigga.
Territory
He was a piece of shit.
And you started out with.
But aren't these actions basically consistent with Trump's choice to go to war with Iran? Finally, Trump's government is filled with
Fuck Gaddafi. Fuck Saddam Hussein. Fuck Assad. Fuck all these niggas, bro. What, I'm supposed to be sad whenever a dictator who's fucking with their own people gets got? Well, that's karma.
insane Jesus freaks and war hawks who are obsessed with protecting Israel. Mike Huckabee, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio. That's not true for every president, is it? My point is, we can't
Kinda. I don't know. Like,
know what would have happened under a Kamala Harris presidency, but it nonetheless seems
we wouldn't know what would happen under a Kamala Harris presidency. It's not like she was the vice president of a guy who had a policy in the Middle East that was very similar to previous presidents. But, you know, we wouldn't know.
really stupid to suggest that America is at war right now because Israel threatened the life of Donald Trump.
Go to the American people and say, this is happening. And if I die, you know who's responsible.
To understand what's happening in American politics right now, we must at some point be able to state the obvious. Regardless of what other factors are at play here, Trump and the people who like Trump and surround Trump just like doing this kind of stuff. But here's the thing, I think Nick knows that, at least on some level. Later on in this very video, he talks about how he's gonna vote for Democrats now.
If Rubio or Vance are on the ticket in any form in 28, I'm voting for a Democrat.
And that's because the GOP sucks, but also because as much as he hates Democrats, Biden didn't take us to war in Iran.
Maybe if a Democrat were in office, we wouldn't go to war with Iran. Joe Biden kept us out of a war with Iran. We didn't have a war with Iran under Joe Biden. And some people say, well, you would have gotten it anyway. Okay, so then voting doesn't matter. Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe it would have happened either way, but the facts are the facts, right? Trump did this, Biden didn't, and to some extent...
Why does he care? Like, first off, I know I just made that thing about how I don't care, which I don't. I don't care about dictators who oppress their people getting fucked up. I literally do not fuck them. May they all be struck by lightning. Honestly, if God would just keep striking and smiting these motherfuckers so the U.S. military doesn't have to, I would appreciate that too. But I'm actually not a big fan of U.S. interventionism, and I'm not a big fan of the war in Iran. But why does Nick care so much? Why does he care so much about what we're doing, like foreign policy? This is the thing about what Jaden was talking about with Vrillium in that last stream that we covered. It's like Jaden is very open about the fact that even though he's not satisfied with a lot of things Trump is doing some of the things that he likes domestically more so than what a Democrat president would do. So that's why he voted for Trump, and he would rather Trump be in office. But with Nick, it's like, okay, so you want to vote for the people who are not just gonna not do enough of the things you want. They're gonna do literally the opposite of what you want because you don't like what Trump is doing overseas. Like, what do you mean?
That matters. He gets at a similar idea earlier in the video when he talks about JD Vance for like 10 minutes, judges him for an interview where he said that Biden was too weak on Iran.
JD Vance sat with Sean Hannity and he said, we have to hit Iran hard. We have to punch them hard. You can't do these small strikes like Biden is doing. You have to punch them in the face.
A lot of people recognize that we need to do something with Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians, you punch them hard, and that's what he did when he took out Soleimani.
So we see in this video the problems that naturally emerge from conspiratorial thinking. Conspiracy theories are good when you want your audience to believe a big idea. America doesn't have sovereignty. Israel is totally in control of us.
And of course, we all know that Israel is the boss. Israel controls our country. Now you know it for a fact.
But the issue with conspiracy is that it is,
like I said earlier, like you hate Jews so much, right? And your JQ-philia gets to a level where you actually start worshiping them and thinking they're just better than everybody else. White people can't do anything because Jews are the Ubermensch.
It's hyper-deterministic.
They're too smart. They're too strong. They're too capable. They have too many connections. They got too much money.
There's a shadowy cabal in the highest echelons of society, and that cabal has most of the power. And that claim leaves precious little room for other explanations for reality, little ability for us to discuss political events as they appear to us. If things are not as they seem, why talk about the way things seem? If President Trump would be shot and killed if he broke with Israel, why talk about the politics of his vice president? There's an unresolved tension here between Nick's desire to engage in conspiracy and his desire to engage—
Wait, what do you mean this is on YouTube featured? YouTube shouldn't be featuring me. Are they out of their fucking mind?
With political reality.
The algorithm is fucking crazy lately.
And I
don't know what Neil Mahan did, but he's insane.
I think that may have been at the back of Nick's mind as he sat down the next day for a lengthy conversation with Alex Jones.
So, Nick, you told us what was coming 2 years ago. You've been proven right. You know, you're like the new Alex Jones being right on things.
Right at the beginning of that interview, Fuentes says this.
As you know, in 2024, I said,
Mikey, no offense, but you're retarded when it comes to politics. Maybe.
That Trump is the Iran war candidate. It was inevitable that Trump would take us to war. And as a matter of fact, I think that's a large reason why he got elected in the first place. I think that if you look at the election in 2020, it was obviously stolen.
I just care about the things I care about. I know there are just a lot of things that, well, I know that when it comes down to voting for somebody, it's very, very limited amount of what that person will be able to actually do for you, especially these days when politicians, they always talk out of their mouth, but these days it just seems like they're trolling you. Like they're just fucking with you. They just put shit on the ticket, on the docket that they plan to do that they had no intention. Like literally it was just to play games with your mind. But still, you know, I have a couple interests, and I think that, you know, I push for those more.
And rigged. And so you say,
what else can you do besides just vote for people who do the things that you think are going to help you?
Hey, well, how did he then come back and win in 2024? Well, clearly the riggers had to stand down and let him take office. They let him win. And I think they let him win because they knew that unlike Joe Biden and unlike the Democrats, he was going to have no hesitation, no reluctance whatsoever to engage Iran and its proxies.
Yeah, we have a new theory and a baffling one. The powers that be, the ones—
Revolt? I mean, okay, bro.
Who stole the—
But here's the thing, right? It's like, we revolt. I'm not against that. I actually think, like, that is something that you're supposed to do. It's part of the reason why the Founding Fathers gave us the guns, is that at some point they expected, hey, if things don't work out, we tried to build this system to be as bulletproof as possible, but it's not that bulletproof. And we did that for a reason, because if things get out of hand, it might be in your hands to take care of it. So that is an option that the Founding Fathers would have wanted us to take. But at the same time, it's like, you can't just revolt alone. You kind of can. It doesn't take that many people to overthrow a country if it's small and insignificant, right? Like, let's say there's some dude. I remember it was Lord Miles. He had this thing where he was thinking about getting some guys together and just going to conquer Haiti. And they might have succeeded because Haiti is a very shitty, broken country with bad institutions. So it wouldn't be that hard to take over a country like that. But that doesn't really work with the United States. You can't just take over the United States by getting a few hundred militias together. There has to be something greater. So it can't just be revolt, because, well, there has to be a common cause amongst the average American to revolt with.
From
a lot of people just don't think, even the ones who think there's a lot of problems going on in the country today, they just don't think that there's a lot of stuff that's revolt worthy. Maybe fuck the government worthy.
Trump in 2020, we're told to let him become president in 20.
Maybe not work worthy, But revolt worthy? We're not there yet, or at least the average person doesn't think we are.
2024 because the Jewish cabal thought he would happily go to war with Iran. So Nick's case here just doesn't really follow from the other things he said. The day before, he claims that the Jewish cabal kills any president who deigns to go against them.
A U.S. president can't say no to Israel because they control our system and they have penetrated our country so thoroughly they will literally kill you.
And if that's true, and if that's an effective method for controlling U.S. policy on Israel, why do they need to steal the election?
Hold up. Wait, so if you believe this, I just thought about it. You believe all this, why don't you believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk? I'm not even saying that I believe it. I'm just saying, if you believe this, if you think that Israel could take out the president of the United States at any fucking time they wanted, why do you think that they couldn't do that to Charlie Kirk once he started talking crazy about him or a little spicy about him?
The whole theory just feels like weird overkill to me, and that's especially striking because it is just totally unmoored from reality. Has Israel threatened to murder every American president? No, of course not, but at least you can imagine such a thing. You can conjure an image of the Illuminati visiting upon Trump and telling him the deep state's master plans. But now, what's even going on? Israel is able to coordinate every American election. They're in command of the election fraud apparatus? Literally how? What do they do exactly? But even though Nick's claim here is over the top...
Mamdani winning, becoming mayor of New York, even though it's pretty shit that the biggest city in America is run by a socialist, it is actually a giant white pill for anti-Zionist people or people who believe that Israel controls everything, because they couldn't stop him from winning. And there was literally, at the election, during a debate, when they were literally the mayors of New York, or the dudes who were running for mayors of New York, they were basically going back and forth about who loves Israel more, who supports Israel more, who's going to stop anti-Semitism more. And Mamdani was the only guy who was like, look, I don't like Israel. I don't like what they're doing in Gaza. I will stop anti-Semitism in New York because Jewish New Yorkers are New Yorkers. And I don't know, bro. It's like they couldn't stop that guy from getting elected. So do they really have that much power?
But even though it's...
if the Jews, if the Israelis, if Mossad can't stop a Muslim pro-Palestinian dude from becoming mayor of New York, what can they actually do? Actually.
To depart from his prior claim, I think it's a really effective line because it resolves the tension I was just talking about between conspiracy and reality. Suddenly, Nick has a theory that allows him to express all the beliefs he wants to express.
Oh, they think Israel installed Mamdani? Well, okay, never mind.
It makes...
You can't even do anything with people like that, then.
Sense that he's...
Because it goes in circles. It's not just like the conspiracy literally can never end. They will always find a new way to make the conspiracy they believe in be reality. It never stops.
Worried about Jews, a group of people who run society, and it also crucially makes sense to worry about Trump specifically, about his staff and his choices, about the things he does that other presidents probably wouldn't have done. If Israel just shoots every president who steps out of line, we don't really...
Cries hits, thank you for 199. I hate Ben, but running up on a man's kid is too far. Exactly. What is that, dude? You couldn't, all the times when Ben Shapiro was walking outside with his small hat on, you couldn't walk up to him then. But then you walk up to him while he's out with his family and his kid, and you bring a posse too. Nick was so bitch. He was afraid to step to Shapiro by himself. They're about the same size. What are you afraid of, bro? What are you afraid of that Hebrew for, man? I wonder how much of his anti-Semitism just goes downstream from Cassie Dillon and Ben Shapiro. You know they put him on, by the way. Cassie Dillon is the reason why Nick ever got any sort of clout or shine to begin with. America First, the first ever America First show happened because Cassie Dillon, after he did that one college debate with that one dude, and he did fry that guy. I'll give Nick that. He killed that dude in that debate. Cassie Dillon called Ben Shapiro, and she's like, this guy is the future. This guy has talent. You have to put him on, Ben. And he did, and America First was born. So really, Nick Fuentes owes his entire career to a Jewish woman. Never forget that. He got into politics because of a black man, Thomas Sowell, and he got big. He got his first internet clout because of a Jewish woman, Cassie Dillon. Hancock Jew, thank you for $2. His seasonal decorations are so female coded. Everything about Nick except, his gender is female coded, bro. Just a walk-in female code. Objective Gestalt, thank you for $5. Nick is a flip-flopper. I believe the term is versatile. Oh, excuse me. The Ambassador 99, thank you for £5. Big Joel is the type of freak who calls other freaks freaks.
Really have much to talk about, but if they like Trump, if they chose him, then we can engage once again in the world of actual politics. So I think this sequence of events really speaks to how fundamentally pragmatic Nick Fuentes is.
Here's the thing, right, about the wall kissing thing. Now, some people will say, well, the Pope does it. The Pope also kisses the wall, so it's actually okay, but the Pope is a religious leader. The president of the United States is not a religious leader. They are the leader of a secular country, a secular majority Christian. Why do they have to kiss the wall? He doesn't kiss any other religious structure wherever he goes. He doesn't go to fucking Mecca and kiss the big black cube. He doesn't do that.
So I think this sequence of events,
he doesn't kiss he doesn't go to Mecca and kiss the BBC.
And really speaks to how fundamentally pragmatic Nick Fuentes is, how even his most outlandish claims are ultimately rooted in his very particular rhetorical needs. Conspiracy theorists are often understood as basically weird people. The phrase evokes the idea of some sad QAnon grandpa who is so unwilling to deal with a chaotic and arbitrary world that he turns his mind over to hallucinations and grand plots. But that's not what's going on here, right?
The wall is holy for Jews and Christians. Well, why doesn't he go and he kiss every fucking Christian religious figure then?
Rather, conspiracies to Nick Fuentes are basically just flourish, a way for new knowledge to be codified.
Is he gonna kiss the Vatican next?
Made to feel big.
He gonna go and kiss some Orthodox church next?
And important. And because of that, the theory can be revised and contradicted on a dime. At first, it made sense to say that Israel controls America by shooting at its presidents, but then that theory became limiting and unhelpful, and so it was replaced, perhaps intentionally, perhaps without any thought at all, with this new idea, the Israeli election fraud hypothesis. The plot here is an incidental feature of the information being communicated. It is a pure reflection of Nick's ego. And really, is that such a surprise? Is it so strange that someone like Nick Fuentes exists and is successful and seems so agnostic to reality? I mean, maybe it's kind of cheesy to say, but just look at Trump. He's basically a bigger, more important Nick Fuentes. Yes,
No.
Two men don't.
This isn't me trying to praise Trump or say, oh, Trump is too good for that. It's like, they aren't even the same person.
Share the same politics.
I mean, they have some things in common, but that was just because Nick copied his mannerisms and was a Trump fanboy up until like 2 years ago. Well, a year and a half ago. You get what I'm saying?
Politics, exactly. Yes, Nick dislikes Trump these days, but they have both embraced.
It's just like two right-wing guys who I don't like are basically the same person. No, they are not.
It's grandiose madness as a political tool. We could talk about a million things here, from the election of 2020 to the birther movement, but let's stay on topic and talk about Iran.
I mean, maybe you could say that they both have giant egos, right? And it's hard for them to work with people. But okay, that describes a lot of people.
Trump has given no coherent explanation for why America is fighting this war, and much like Fuentes, Trump's theory of the case seems to be in a constant state of flux. He says we're fighting to get rid of non-existent.
Let him make his point without pause and hold. Well, look, bro, it takes him like 10 fucking minutes, dude. It takes him. He goes on these things where he's like, he tries to lays it out, and then he comes back to it like 7 or 8 minutes later.
Nuclear weapons, but then consistently reframes the war as one of annihilation.
Like, we're almost through, right? We're 8 minutes away from finishing this video. This video did not need to be an hour and a fucking half. It did not. This video should have been way, way, way shorter.
Iran had plans of taking.
I can't imagine making a video like this. When I make videos, I'm so conscious. Even right now with the video that I'm about to make. I finished the script, by the way. The script is finished. Part of the reason why it took me so long to make the script is because I had to do a lot of research and shit, because it's honestly kind of a topic kind of out of my wheelhouse from what I usually do. But also it's because I had to rewrite the script to make it more concise, more compact, right? Because I have no problem with making a long ass video, as a lot of you guys know, but it's got to be worth it. It's got to be worth being an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 fucking hours. It's not like a stream where I'm just yapping, right? I'm not just gonna yap to you guys in an edited video. I'm gonna chop that shit down so I get to the key points. But a lot of these motherfuckers, especially bread tubers are some of the worst, right? Bread tubers are some of the most notorious video essayists ever. They're the reason why people talk shit about dudes who make video essays, because their videos are so fluffy and so long-winded for no reason.
Over the entire Middle East and completely obliterating Israel. Just like Iran itself, those plans are now dead. If they block the Strait of Hormuz, the US will, quote, make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. Trump has said a few times that he would only accept unconditional surrender from Iran, but his press secretary, Carolyn Levitt, clarified that unconditional surrender—
Randall Shurker, thank you for $2. Joe Colin out on Maine again.
Will be attained when Trump, quote, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the mission's goals have been fully realized. It's a kind of recursive nightmare statement, and it makes clear that the purpose of this war only really exists in Trump's mind. That words—
I'd be less upset. I mean, I would still be upset. I'd be less upset about the Iran war if he would just say, look, we went in there because I wanted to kill the Ayatollah and I wanted to take some shit, right? I just wanted to get rid of him. That's all. That's it. That's basically what he said with Venezuela. Venezuela is just like, fuck it. Cause I didn't like that motherfucker and I wanted his oil. And it was straight up. And look, bro, there wasn't actually that much controversy because he was honest, right? It's the same thing with Bush. Bush should have just been honest about why the fuck we went up in Iraq in the first place, and less people would have been mad. But you were bullshitting to us about shit we know wasn't true. Weapons of mass destruction, my ass. And everybody's like, well, what are you talking about, bro? Did you find the weapons? We got up in there. Have you found them? It's retarded.
Like surrender and victory are essentially meaningless concepts, totally unmoored from any objective outcome. Trump produced the political rot that Nick Fuentes makes use of, benefits from, and at times it seems like Nick agrees with that. In the stream he did after talking to Piers Morgan, when he discussed how he had to be a contemptuous liar, he directly compared himself to Trump.
And people say Trump is a bullshitter and Trump is a sociopath or whatever. It's like, but Trump is what we get when the media does nothing but lie. When the media acts in bad faith, and they're merciless and they just try to cut you no matter what, you get somebody that is irrationally self-confident. You get somebody that almost is contemptuously dishonest.
This is how Trump won, after all, by being more horrible and disingenuous than the supposedly evil journalists who—
The whole Venezuela thing wasn't a disaster because no Americans died. That's literally all we care about. We care about Americans dying.
Ask him questions.
Honestly, if somehow America figured out the technology that let us conquer the rest of the world with literally 0 American casualties, a few people would have a problem. Most people wouldn't care because, okay, so.
This is the main lesson to take from his presidency. I touched on this earlier in the video, but a large part of Nick Fuentes' fame comes down to his dissidence and rebelliousness. Bradley Martin and Jack Neal gave their Nick Fuentes episodes nearly identical titles: The Most Cancelled Man in America or On the Internet. Glenn Greenwald waxes philosophical about how Nick—
Most cancelled man on the internet, but he gets a million views on every single time he shows up
is often taken out of context. Even Coleman Hughes begins his podcast with a lengthy explanation about how the attempt to suppress Nick has contributed to his celebrity.
It seems to me that the ham-fisted attempt to erase him from public life only drew more attention to his ideas in the long run.
And look, there is a there. Nick Fuentes is dissident. He is an extremist. He is a bigot. That's most of why he was canceled. That's what these interviewers—
Yes, that is Josh Moon. Josh Moon actually is the most canceled man on the internet. Motherfucker can't open a bank account except with one little old ass bank from the 1800s in Florida. You know, he has to keep leaving the country. He's not allowed to use all these fucking services. Almost every payment platform has him canceled.
Elevating over.
Giving people a very easy way to demonize and attack you by taking these quotes that can sound not just very racist, but very almost Nazi-like.
I don't want to play down who Nick Fuentes is or what he represents. But at some point, you're watching Nick Fuentes and you've seen him for hours and hours, way more than the 50 you said you watched when you started writing this video, and the shock value wears away and you're left thinking, we've seen this before. This person isn't unique. When I look at him now, all I can see is—
I really hate the music choices that bread tubers use in their videos. It's so—
This self-aware—
Why are you making this sound so— what you're saying isn't that deep. What you're saying isn't that important. You aren't talking about a serious, dark subject. You're talking about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a lol cow. Nick Fuentes is a clown. Why are you using this deep music for some shit? You're talking about a serial killer or if you were talking about the Iran war, then that would be a more useful use of this somber ass music. You don't use this music when you're talking about Nick Fuentes.
Where nihilistic, grandiose embodiment
Catboy Führer Nick Fuentes, he doesn't deserve a soundtrack like this.
Of Trump-era propaganda. In Nick's interview with Tucker Carlson, Tucker speaks with shock and awe at the fact that Nick was placed on a no-fly list.
By no-fly list, you mean not extra scrutiny, but like not allowed to fly in airplanes in the United States?
Not allowed to fly, yes.
How old were you?
I was 23.
Did you have any felony convictions?
No.
Okay. I wasn't even aware that could happen.
This event is the ultimate evidence of Nick's canceled status, our proof that society is out to get him. They don't—
Is Big Joe going to reveal the truth about that? Let's see.
Talk about how Nick got on that list. Perhaps that would take away some of the romance of the story. But the truth, as Nick tells it, is that he was placed on that list.
Oh, he's got the Jan 6 footage. Maybe he'll save it in the end.
Because he went to the January 6th insurrection and egged on the rioters.
Oh, no, he still got it wrong. Okay, you know what? A for effort. At least he got the Jan 6 footage. That is not the reason why. The actual reason why is that he threatened if he got on a plane, on a stream, he went on this long rant about how he was going to choke out a stewardess on a plane because, of course, he was fantasizing about being violent to a woman. He was threatening about choking a bitch out on a plane, and so he was put on a no-fly list for that specifically, and he eventually got taken off. So, yeah, this actually wasn't connected to Jan 6.
Trump.
The one time he brings up Jan 6 and it has nothing to do with Jan 6.
Put him up to it.
74 million Americans voted for Donald Trump on November 3rd. 85% of Republicans believe that this election was stolen. And every single conservative in this country knows that the legitimacy of...
Yes, I do know some guy wrote a book about lolcows. I read the book, actually. I like it a lot.
This democratic system is over. It means nothing anymore.
Anyway, yeah, it's time for the Nick Fuentes beatdown.
All right, what is he doing here?
Shadow, the Hedgehog, I need your help.
Looks like we have a bigot who needs taking care of.
What the fuck is this? What is this? All right. Okay, so he's just being cringe now.
Anything. All I have is this stupid...
All right, nah, we're okay. No, we're good. I'm good. We don't need to see that anymore. So, I mean, he brought up Jan 6th literally at the last minute, last 30 seconds of the video. He brought up Jan 6th. Shit, dude. It's not really a good video. I'm sorry, Joe. I mean, hey, man, at least you did something. At least you put some shit out there. I mean, it's better for people to know these things about Nick than to not know him. This, I'll give it a C. I'll give it a C because at least you didn't do most of the normal things, I guess. Maybe C, maybe C minus. I don't know. It could have been better. There was a lot of things you could have mentioned in an hour and a half long video about Nick Fuentes. You basically covered a bunch of old ground about him, I don't know, being a flip-flopper and, I don't know, being anti-Semitic, denying the Holocaust, and going to Jan 6 once in like last 30 seconds, which, okay, everybody already knows all of those things, but you know, better people know it than not know it. All right, so this is the book, by the way. Lolcows, The Internet's Never-Ending Tragedy by Luther Morgan. It's a book about lolcows. Nick Fuentes isn't in them. Maybe he'll be in volume 2. I would love for Luther to keep making this series, and there's just a new volume every time, and it's about a new batch of lolcows. This one is about Darkside Phil. Of course, you got to start with Phil. Wings of Redemption, Boogie 2988. So, you know, the starter pack. These three are the starter pack lolcows. Darkside Phil, Wings of Redemption, Boogie. He deliberately leaves out Chris Chan because, you know, he feels like Chris Chan is too mentally damaged to even be able to properly critique, which I guess is fair. Ricada is here. Ian Joma, right? iDubbbz, Anissa's husband, is here. And Jeremy Hambley made it into the first official book about lolcows, right? And, you know, hey, audiobook, Kindle, hardcover, paperback, whatever you want. Lolcows. Log Cow book by Luther Morgan. Anyway, so that's about it. I don't know. It wasn't a bad video. It wasn't a terrible video, right? It was decent. We managed to make it through it. We managed to make it through it. Yeah, maybe the next video, the next edition will have RTU in it. I would love for that. Anyway, this is the playlist for all of the stream VODs. This VOD will go here as soon as I end the stream in the next few minutes. I have a new video that I will probably put out before the end of this month, or maybe I'll put it out the 1st or 2nd of next month. Either way, it's not like it's really gonna matter at this point. It's so late in the month, but still, I wanted to put out 2 videos this month, so maybe we'll see. Anyway, it's gonna be about a mealtime link video. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, everybody. I appreciate you guys, and just make sure I'm not missing any super chats here. And no, I'm not. Anyway, thanks for the super chats. Thanks for everybody for tuning in, and I'll see you guys later. Thanks for all of the people who came here from featured. I don't know why my stream was featured on fucking YouTube's featured page. That must be a glitch or something. See ya.